What the hell is even that?
Well, it's happening. Here we are. 5th anniversary of the Snake Eyes, a G.I. Joe Origins movie. I actually watched it again last night. You should empathize for me. That's the 3rd time I've seen this piece of shit movie. But if we're going to talk about it, I wanted to sort of knock the dust off of it and refresh my memory. So I did that. And now we're going to discuss this movie today. The good, the bad, the ugly, the decent that could have been expanded upon, you know, all that good stuff. And today we are bringing back the secret word of the day. So sit tight. Remember, it's mandatory. Be right back. Oh, it's starting. It's starting. Yeah. But why? Why, Chad? Why torture yourself? I already gave my explanation. You poor soul, you. Jim Largo says American Ninja versus Snake Eyes movie. Let them fight. In Ken Watanabe voice. Blake, what's up, man? Yes, I watched it again. I did. It sucks. Yeah. Thank you. I appreciate everyone's empathetic messages. Ace's Place, what's up, my dude? Good to see you. Thank you for being here representing Ace's Army. Thank you, my good friend Kenzo, for the reminder. There is a poll in the chat. I put it there earlier last night. Vote in a poll. Did you watch it? Did you not? Do you not care to see it? I don't know. Yeah, just, you know, answer the stupid poll. You know what I mean? I did take one for the team. I did. Yep, that's how we do. Integrity at its finest. You know, I could have not. I was going to watch Predator. I was going to watch that Roddy Piper movie. And then I said, you know, it's free on the Nerf Lurks. I might as well just watch it. Because if I'm going to smash all over this movie, you know, got to do it with some integrity. Snake Eyes, the movie sucked. You go to hell and you die. Menjoza, what's up, dude? Good to see you. JJ, obviously, good to see you, my man. Jedi Ben says, man, this everyday show is great. Gives me something to listen to on the job. Thank you. I'm glad to hear that. It's fun. I enjoy it. I'm enjoying it a lot. It wouldn't even be good on Kung Fu Theater. Nope. No, it wouldn't. Look at this guy flexing. Ryan's like, I never watched that piece of shit. I'm proud to say it. I've seen it thrice, my dude. Thrice. That's so horrible. You know, the one odd relationship that I have with the Snake Eyes Origins movie is that's the first time I was ever on a live stream. Yep. I got invited on a channel to discuss the Snake Eyes movie, and I was like, well, I guess I got to watch the Snake Eyes movie. And I did, and then the second time, I didn't watch it all the way through the second time, but the man was watching it. Yeah. Skydro Walker, what's up, dude? Good to see you. Mother Slug's never seen it. The correct answer is what Snake Eyes movie? The Nicolas Cage one? I don't know. Menjosa says, I liked Henry Golding as Dry Eyes in The Gentleman. Yeah, he was good in The Gentleman. I'm not saying the dude's a bad actor. It's not about that. It's not about, oh, let's just shit all over Henry Golding. And I had to watch Larry Hama's fucking obligatory walk-on cameo again last night. We can talk about that too. We can talk about selling your soul for Hollywood points. Ace's Place. I too have not seen this film, but let the conversation begin. Huh. Mother Slug watched his favorite movie last night, Weekend at Bernie's. Okay. The trailer for Snake Eyes movie was enough to convince me it was hot dog water. We might be watching 2 Snake Eyes trailers with the sound off. We might do that. Yeah, you could tell right out of the gate, you know, that weird Bayformers stuff and Fast and Furious shit. Yeah. Never saw it, but would it be good on Riff Tracks? It would be great on Riff Tracks. The movie it's so bad. So bad. I put it up there with like Catwoman and Batman and Robin. But the thing with Batman and Robin is that it understood what it was. It understood that it was just like a giant campy toy commercial. The Snake Eyes movie tries to be like gritty and serious, but it has this juvenile, pathetic writing. There's a scene at the beginning, for those of you who have not watched this movie, you don't need to, where, hold up, Callie, stop. Sorry. She had a wound on her eye, so I have to keep an eye on her. There's a scene at the beginning of the movie where young Snake Eyes is walking with his dad back to the cabin, and he asks his father, is there a safe in the cabin? And he's like, why? Do you want to hide away some of your valuables so I don't get a hold of your baseball cards? Or some shit like that. I'm paraphrasing. And then the kid goes, I heard you on the phone last night and you said you were at the safe house. Oh, it's terrible. Terrible. Justin Booth? Booth, what's up? Good to see you. Ladies and gentlemen, if our good friend Jay Bartlett does happen to stroll in here, try to remember to wish him a happy birthday. Today is Barto's birthday. Snake Eyes Origins is the equivalent to Nickelback. The Titan, what's up? Hail Chatham is Prime. Good to see you. I was fortunate enough to have avoided that abomination of a movie. Callie, what are you doing? Stop. Sorry. Yeah, when the Mam and I got back from East Africa during all that COVID stuff, which, by the way, that's Dr. Death. That guy, he's done. He's toast. We might discuss that. So, yeah. We walked by the poster, the teaser poster in a movie theater. I've told this story a million times, and the way he's standing in the suit with the mask. And I just kind of stopped and I was just pointing at it, the way he's holding that mask behind his arm. And I was like, they're going to make that a fucking motorcycle helmet. And the Mam's like, no, they're not going to make that a motorcycle helmet. And I said, bet, watch. Exactly what it is. It's a motorcycle helmet. Hey, Chad, are you on a new level? Speaking of which, let's talk about the secret word of the day. It's been a while since I've done it. There's a few ground rules. One, you don't have to spell it exactly the way it is on the secret word of the day. So it's not, related to the proper spelling of it, because it's not even a real word anyway. I'm sure you guys know where we're going with this. Two, you can't just spam it in the comments. Like, you got to put it in some comment somewhere where I don't see it, just like with the, drink your water, take your meds and stuff, where I don't notice it until I'm reading it. Otherwise, it would just be Pee-wee screaming for hours and people would just leave. So that being said, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome back the secret word of the day.
So what's today's secret word, Cocky?
Today's secret word is...
You all know what to do. When anyone says the secret word, scream real loud. Okay? Okay?
There you go. So if you guys can get me to read it, you know what's going to happen. Yeah, there you go. Snake Eyes movie made me so sick. Yeah, absolutely it did. Justin Booth says, that movie. JJ says, I tried very hard to find stuff I liked in Snake Eyes. I could not. I did too. I really did. I liked the way Andrew Koji demonstrated his sword work. I did. I liked that. He didn't look fake or pathetic. Like every time Henry Golding would go into that weird, hey, I'm a ninja now fight stance, and it was like this. I'm like, what are you doing? What the hell is that? He's just back like that. The characterizations in the film are just terrible. Snake Eyes is the bad guy in his own movie. Jedi Ben says, never seen it either. Kids got it from me out of the dollar bin. It's still sealed. Yeah, don't. Just squirrel that thing away somewhere. Snake Eyes MST3K would be great. Yeah, it would. Yeah. The Alleviator, what's up, brother? It's a multiversal take, right? Right? No, it was a soft reboot. It was totally a soft reboot. And, we can kind of get into it later, but since I have had to suffer through this movie 3 times, I thought about it on numerous occasions. Like, they could have done something like this, but it wouldn't have been so much an origins thing. I guess they could have called it that. So if you think back to Rise of Cobra and Retaliation, it was firmly put into that live action canon that Snake Eyes wound up with the Arashikage when he was like 10. And there was still that whole thing with Storm Shadow being framed and all that, but he was a young kid at the time. So you would have to sort of navigate that. But they could have done a Snake Eyes Origins movie where it's his origins in Joe. You know what I mean? You couldn't have had Tommy, but you could have had him and Stalker and a couple others. That would have been a way to introduce Stalker into G.I. Joe, which they never did. Stalker never gets love for some stupid reason. And still had his first mission with Scarlet where he has the accident and all that stuff. And you could have introduced Timber. There's a way that they could have done it that tied it into the previous 2 live action movies rather than like a weird soft reboot thing that they tried to do. But again, Henry Golding's not a bad actor. He was just given bad stuff to work with. It was not good. It was not good at all. Raymond Sheffield says, this will make you chuckle. Messing with a romance scammer for over 2 weeks thinks he's getting somewhere. And Snake Eyes is not a Joe movie, period. No. So they did reshoots for this movie in March of 2021, just before it came out in July, which a lot of movies do. But those reshoots were specifically, hey, there's not enough Joe stuff in our Joe Origins movie, so let's do a bunch of jarring reshoots like Scarlet in the latrine when she's on the phone. Like Tommy's just like, oh, let's call Scarlet. And so they just get this bitch on FaceTime, and she's like, well, hold on a second. Let me set my phone up here so you can watch me girl boss beat up these dudes. It's just random jarring reshoots. Mother Slug says, curious what makes the movie bad, the script writing or the story or the acting? The writing, you'd have to watch it, dude. Because again, individual results may vary. I'm not here to tell people It's horrible. Don't watch it because everybody has their own opinions. Some people, I'm sure some people out there love it. I personally have always cracked the joke that if you would have put, Michael Dudikoff somewhere in there, speaking of American Ninja, if you would have put Dudikoff in there somewhere in a cameo, you could have called it American Ninja in Tokyo and it would have flown because, right, this Snake Eyes gets picked up by the Yakuza with the kind of deal that they know who killed his father and, hey, we'll grab him for you, sort of a thing. And that was the port of Los Angeles. So, yeah. Sheesh, Catwoman status. It's bad, dude. It's bad. I knew it was going to be a turd. Never saw it. Yeah. Young Snake Eyes, you mean Matt Murdock? Like pre-blinding? I don't know. The same man that brought us Bat Nipples brought us Snake Eyes and 8mm, both with Nick Cage, didn't he? Did Joel Schumacher do Nick Cage's Snake Eyes and 8mm? Yes, Raymond, I know it's not a Joe movie. Robert's Infinite Realms, what's up, dude? Good to see you. Thank you for being here. Blake Tarpley says, East Africa, Egypt? Ever been to Morocco or Tunisia and visit the Star Wars set? I've been all over Africa. Name a country on the east coast of Africa, and I've been there. I've been to Egypt too. In fact, this picture right. Let me scoot. This picture right here. See that? You can see that's me and my saw gunner in front of the pyramids. Right there. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah. There's only one continent I haven't been to, and that's Antarctica. Raymond says, how someone could frick up a Snake Eyes movie is beyond me. But again, Lorenzo Di Bonaventura. That's really, in my humble opinion, what it boils down to. Lorenzo Di Bonaventura. Ah, he got me. Son of a bitch, ladies and gentlemen. Mother Slug with the first shit. Chad's only on a new level when he drinks his water and takes his meds. Well, you're only going to get one. Might as well be this one. Congratulations to you. Freaking got me. I can't even read that. It says, I'm on a new level. Yep. And that was the song that was in one of the trailers. The Titan says, would have been great to have had an option in the poll on advice of my counsel. I respectfully plead the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5th. I plead the 5th. Mm-hmm. Yeah, it would have. Son of GTO, what's up, man? What's going on? Good to see you. Today's secret word is that's not a word. Flugenstegerderben. No, it's not a word, but it relates to the trailer. And look, one of you put it in the chat yesterday, so it's your fault. Justin Booth says, I saw the film once and I regretted it later. I regretted it immediately all 3 times. Son of GTO, I've only seen it once and I don't remember much of it. Yeah. The MacGuffin device in the movie is the sun, Jewel of the Sun, right? It's basically a fucking infinity stone. There are 3 large giant anacondas, and he has to stare into their eyes. Snake eyes. Get it? Snake eyes. Mm-hmm. Someone lied to me, says Sci-Fi Swamp Man, and said it was a good ninja movie. Like I said, Jim Cotto was better. Is that no lie at the end? Is that what that is? Yeah, Jim Cotto's better. Just watch Ninja 3: The Domination. There's all sorts of murder, death, kill in that. I'm just going to leave this on the screen. Just going to leave that up there. Crystal Clear says, I never had a desire to see it, and I saw Retaliation. That's kind of one of those things. If you had to choose between one of the three, which one would it be? I would easily choose Retaliation. Only because of Cobra Commander, Retaliation's better. What's worse, the Snake Eyes movie or movie Snake Eyes action figure? Yes? I'm just going to say yes. The Scarlet, until the retro Scarlet came out, courtesy of the Glenda mold from the HasLab, the Scarlet from the Snake Eyes movie was the best. I saw that freaking Turtle Awe Striker fucking crossover collab bullshit thing today. The vehicle looks pretty good, and that April Scarlet, it's a good looking figure. That is a good looking figure. But the scale doesn't work with anything. Brown Coat, what's up, my dude? I've seen it, and I loathed every second of it. I only watched it on Paramount Plus after they put it up there. And hello, Chad, and everyone else. I hope everyone's having a good day. Hi, good to see you. Thanks for being here. Yeah, the only reason I watched it again last night is because it was free on Netflix, and I thought I needed to brush up on it to, accurately discuss it. Is it true? Ah, God. Okay. Is it true Larry Hama got his I'm on a new level pushed in during the filming of Snake Eyes? That's what I heard. Expand on that, would you please? And then here, fuck you. That's how it works. You knew that if you put Larry Hama in there, I was just going to see Larry Hama. Some bitch. Expand on that. You saying Larry Hama got a shit pushed in? Mm-hmm. Snake Eyes is the missing Power Ranger. They already have a Black Ranger. Yeah. The costuming in that movie, like they tried with Scarlet, it was better than the wannabe, 1999 X-Men bullshit black suits, but it's just none of them got there. None of them got there. Ursula Cabrera, her Baroness costume, I call her the Kareness. Maybe it's because of the haircut. Maybe because she doesn't like ooze sexuality the way Sienna Miller's Baroness did. But one thing that I'll give Ursula over Sienna, Ursula has the accent. So I was like, okay, like she's got the accent. I'm good with that. But nothing else. Aside from the accent and like the weird like librarian horn rim glasses, she had nothing. Nothing. There was nothing dangerous about her Baroness. Literally that she just looks like she was going to go complain about her latte being too cold. 610, what's up, brother? Stalker is my number one guy. Yeah. Yep. He was the field commander on most missions in all the early days of Joe. Gerard O'Connor, what's up, dude? Freeze, motherfuckers. Did you see? I don't know if I'm pronouncing this correctly. I don't know if it's Liefield or Leafield. Did you see that another church just burned down last night in the UK? If I'm pronouncing it correctly, Liefield, L-E-I. Liefield, England. Another church just burned to the ground. We were just talking about that. And I don't know if anybody saw all the military age male migrants, we were talking about that yesterday, that just swarmed Spain. They're saying it's like anywhere between 1,800 and 2,500 that just swarmed into Spain. It's fucking crazy. Hell yeah, Stalker's the man. That's what I'm talking about. I heard that Italians are stupid. And Snake Eyes was a pretty good flick. Fuck you, boy.
I ain't got time to be distracted by your worthless chime-ins. Gone.
I appreciate that. Yeah, we are pretty stupid. You ought to know. Jim Largo says a Scarlet movie with the hottie from Snake Eyes might have been watchable. I wrote her name down. I wrote it down. Let me pull up my notes, kids. I got notes. I was actually sitting there watching that movie, just taking notes. Samara Weaving. Did anybody else notice that they made Scarlet a major? A major. Not a sergeant, but a major. And then she name drops my commander, General Joe Colton. It's like, your commander's not Hawk? Okay. I wonder how much that Larry had input on. Yeah. The entire thing makes it bad. Here comes Jeffy. Snake Eyes was not good. It was horrible. Do not watch. 0 out of 5 stars. Would not recommend. Brandon R. What is up, my good friend, all the way from the great white north of Canada? Trying to make sure I don't get caught again. Gerard says movie failed to make me feel anything. Didn't get close to excitement, a real slog and a snore fest. Take the Joe out of it and it still fails with the pacing and action. Agreed. A lot of the fight choreography was shit too. For anyone who saw the movie, after the whole plot device of the dude and rolls the dice and the dad gets Minecrafted and blah, blah, blah. And when it transitions to Snake Eyes as an adult, first of all, the reason, according to this movie, why he chooses the name Snake Eyes, you want to talk about completely self-deprecating. That's absurd. Because his dad rolled snake eyes on loaded dice. I'm trying to speak in ways that gives a little more of the points for people who have not seen the movie. But anyway, when it shifts to grown-up Snake Eyes at the beginning, and he's like fighting that dude in like the fighting pits, and just the ridiculous quick cuts of the camera like quick cuts real fast to the crowd and then zooms in on somebody and then comes back out and then quick cuts again. It's like somebody's on freaking crack filming that stuff. And the guy he's fighting is just going "Aah! Aah!" the whole time. That's all it is. And Snake Eyes does that. It sucks. So, yeah. So the Snake Eyes movie was a horror film. It's a shit film. Brian De Palma did Nick Cage's Snake Eyes. There you go. And then, okay. Yeah. Good to go. There we go. Still win. What's up, dude? Good to see you. Thank you for being here. Gonzo, my friend, there's a Chris salute just for you. Remember, it's mandatory fun. You got to attend. Got to have your reflective belt and all that stuff. You got to have your water source. Mm-hmm. The mandatory fun where you're required to bring your family is the worst. Yeah, but Catwoman at least had Halle Berry in it, which makes it infinitely better. Everybody remember that one Halle Berry scene from Swordfish? You know that one scene? Yeah. Clooney gets all the hate with the bat nips, but Kilmer rocked them and got a pass. I don't know how much of a pass he got, but Batman Forever was infinitely better than Batman and Robin. Yeah. Yeah, that's what I was just talking about, Gonzo. I'm sure you typed it before I mentioned it, but yeah, that shit is crazy. Yeah, today is not a good day to be in Morocco or Spain at all. That's why, like, I know we're going to bounce around, but that's why when I and some others don't have a problem saying it is invasion. That's exactly what it is. It's invasion. When you see all those people pouring into Spain, you're like 20-something male, 20-something male, 20-something male. They're all military age males. No kids, no women, no old people, just military age males. Any of us who served in uniform, like, we know what that is right out of the fucking gate. Sci-Fi Swamp Man says, I don't know Henry Golding from anything else. He showed his ass a lot before the movie release. Oh, yeah, he talked a ton of shit. Him, Larry Hama, specifically those two, they talked a ton of shit. I'll at least give Andrew Koji the respect that he didn't get into all that, like, oh, well, we're fixing this character. We're fixing him. Did he need to be fixed? Well, I feel like a Snake Eyes movie should be harder to make bad than to get it right, says Michael Zimmerman. Exactly. Like, there was almost a concerted effort to fuck that character up. Yeah. Jim Largo. Sorry, make sure there's not a dog behind me. I've never been to Africa, but I did stay at a Holiday Inn Express once. I do live about an hour from the Yavin 4 Rebel base in Tikal. Dude, that's rad. That's rad. They could have had Leo Howard reprise his role and pick up after the death of his master. Yeah, they could have. Yeah, exactly. He was young Snake Eyes. Which master was that? It wasn't Hard Master. Soft Master? Because he was big and fat? I don't know. In my opinion, out of the 3 G.I. Joe live action movies, says Browncoat, Snake Eyes is the worst. Retaliation is the best. Take that with a grain of salt. That's where I'm at with it. Yeah. 100%. And the Korean dude who played freaking Storm Shadow in the first 2 movies, I loved him. Ray Park as Snake Eyes was perfect. You didn't need to see his face. Get that Leo Howard kid back, right? And have that age gap for the time that had passed or whatever. Blah, blah, blah. Do another time pass. And then get Scott Eastwood. Get Scott Eastwood to be frickin' Snake Eyes. You know, have him barely talk, whatever. It's all good. Or even like Liam Hemsworth, somebody like that. One of those guys. And then just jack his face up just toward the end of the movie. Saving Scarlet. I mean, it's right there. It writes itself. Yeah, you know. Raymond says, I've said it before, and some definitely agree that American Ninja is closer to the Snake Eyes origin story. I've rewatched American Ninja recently, and maybe. I took the Snake Eyes origin figure and customized it into an evil Robo Ninja for Cobra. There you go, man. Otherwise, the figure sucked. Cool. Could use some screaming Chad emotes for the secret word. There's a goat scream. I layered a goat scream in there. Yeah. The 2 Ninja films starring Scott Adkins are awesome. I highly recommend giving them a watch. Yes, they are. Have you guys seen Ninja Assassin? I'm sure most of you have. Ninja Assassin's friggin' awesome. Jim Largo says, I was just trying to get you to say the thing. Well, it worked. But I did hear rumor that Larry Hama was bamboozled into endorsing the Snake Eyes film and didn't actually know how bad the final cut would distort the character. But he also talked a lot about how, oh, no, I always wanted Snake Eyes to be Asian, but they wouldn't let me do an Asian hero character and blah, blah, blah. It's like the dude was always behind a mask. And by the time that issue came out, like it was very thinly veiled bullshit. So. Larry Hama directly told a group of us at DFW how the whole production was red carpet treatment for him everywhere he went. No shit. There you go. He had a hand in that. My argument has always been and will always be that the Snake Eyes G.I. Joe Origins movie 2021 is the single most damaging piece of media to ever happen at G.I. Joe. I mean, that's it. And we're gonna get into a few things. We're not just gonna, chitty chat. Like, I'm gonna show some shit on the screen. I'd watch the Bush Wookiee remake of Showgirls before I watch that shit again. Oh! Is that a dude? I mean, inquiring minds want to know. Like, 1 second you're like, yeah, I think it's a dude. And then another second you're like, nah, I think that's a woman. Cutthroat says, I would rather watch a bad Jean-Claude Van Damme movie over the Snake Eyes movie because Van Damme on his level. Close. Some Van Damme movies are fucking awesome. I love Time Cop. I will watch the shit out of Time Cop. She's a major babe. Gerard says that was the correct pronunciation. Awesome. And yes, churches burn, yet no news coverage from our national broadcast. You know why. You know why. You fucking know why. Jeffy sends a $2 super chat. I think that's the very first mandatory fund super chat. Thank you very much, my friend. You didn't need to do that. I appreciate it very much. Says, was feeling a little dehydrated. And I forgot my meds.
Just checking in. Have you drank water today? Did you eat? Did you take your meds?
Terrible. Tomorrow we're going to discuss what the fuck happened to Call of Duty. Yeah. And then we'll tie in some other gaming, woke nonsense. If anybody's been paying attention to what's going on with Halo Campaign Evolved and that female insufferable girl boss Marine, it'll be fun. We're going to have a good time tomorrow. This is crazy. Thank you, Jeffy. I appreciate that. I thought they were trying to emulate the Wrestling Open from Highlander, but they overdid it in Snake Eyes with that fight. Yeah, but why do you need to emulate anything? You know what I mean? Yeah. Mm-hmm. What if I have a sick call slip? Can I not show up for mandatory fun? It's mandatory. Go to sick call and then come back. You can't get out of it. Yeah. Snake Eyes would have been all right if it was called something else. That's why I jokingly say, like, they could have just called it American Ninja in Tokyo. Probably would have made more money. I mean, realistically speaking. And at the end of the day, numbers don't lie. We talk about this all the time, right? The reason that all these people who are emotionally and ideologically driven, they don't like quantifiable stuff is because they can't fight against it unless they just say, oh, that's a lie. Oh, that's fake. Blah, 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 blah. Yesterday. Rise of Cobra made, mid 300 millions. Retaliation, just about 400 million. I'm not being exact here, right? So these are just like Kentucky windage ballpark numbers. Snake Eyes, fuck, nothing. And anybody who says it's a pandemic, there's a million examples of movies that came out during that same year that made a lot more money. So I don't want to hear that bullshit. Gerard O'Connor says, watch Citizen Vigilante in the wee hours of the AM last night. My thoughts are still finalizing themselves. Right on. Well, let me know when you get there. Mm-hmm. The only major cinema sin with Retaliation was Bruce Willis. He's no Joe Colton. He was just Bruce Willis. However, he has one of the best lines in that movie when Lady J is talking and he just goes, shut your mouth, Brenda. I freaking love that line. I love that line. I don't know why, because he's just like so forceful about it. I loved it. Same Time Toy says about halfway through, they needed to burn Snake Eye's face off, then mask it the rest of the movie. Agreed. But he didn't shut up for the entire freaking film. And everything was like, let's go. Just fucking garbage writing. And yeah, his iconic night visor version 2 mask was a fucking motorcycle helmet with the bullshit visor. I don't know if they were trying to copy the MCU, and the MCU wasn't really leaning that heavily into the whole, everything was like nanites. Yeah. But it was so fucking Batman and Robin, just the way they did it. Here we go. Browncoat says, the thing that confused me is that I was always under the assumption that Snake Eyes was an American, not Asian. By American, do you mean Caucasian or do you mean like an American? Right? Now, in this movie, he's not Asian, right? He's of Asian descent, but he is un-American. His father was a member of the Joes. Spoiler alert. You find that shit out in the end. Even though 3 guys who barely laid hands on him were able to frickin', cancel his subscription to Life. So if his dad was a Joe, his dad was a puss. He was probably fucking psych out. Yeah, so he is an American. When it starts, they're at a safe house because there's a safe in the cabin in, I believe, Washington State. And then when you see him as an adult, he's in Los Angeles. Yeah, he's American. Tommy Arashikage takes him to Japan with him. Yeah. Am I wrong? And if I'm right, why did they need to change him into an Asian in Snake Eyes? They changed his ethnicity. One, I'm sure, for the ESG score. That is a fucking thing. And yeah, Larry Hama was all on board with it. All on board with it. Snake Eyes was always just a blonde-haired dude. Yeah, with most of his face all fuckered up. Now, Tommy Arashikage, he joined the United States Army. So it's just he takes Snake Eyes back to his clan after the war. Because Snake Eyes' family is all dead. So the classified figure Akiko is from the Snake Eyes movie. I got her as a Christmas gift one year. Makes sense now. I was totally lost with it. Look, yes, Akiko is from the Snake Eyes movie, and then they reused it for the Blue Ninjas and all that shit over and over and over, which whatever. But I will say, not only the actress who played her, she had a British accent too, but her Japanese was very good. The character of Akiko was actually a good character, and she could beat some ass. So JJ says Hama loses more luster as time goes on. I've been reading Joe steadily since 82, and his best run was 1 through 75-ish. You don't like the Cobra Casino arc? Are you telling me you don't like Serpentor Khan? And now Snake Eyes is it's a mantle, not a person? Fuck out of here. Yeah. But again, he'll take all the praise, but when it comes to the criticism, somehow like he's just shielded by all the fucking stands and the glazers like, but it's Larry Hama. He's the godfather of Joe. Nope. You are not the godfather of Joe. Justin Booth says, but the other 2 films weren't great. Okay, the other 2 films weren't great. However, they're sure as hell a lot better than the Snake Eyes origin. Agreed. Rise of Cobra has its dumb shit too. Like, why is ice sinking? And I understand that there's certain parts of the, the underwater structure that are attached to the ice and maybe they'll drag it down, but ice is very buoyant. Just like stupid shit like that. Oh, we got to make all the Joes look like they're fucking X-Men 1999 and we got to put them in black. And there was some dumb shit. Cobra Commander is Rex, and by the way, he's Baroness's sister or brother, maybe sister. If you know, you know. Same time says 2 years ago I said Snake Eyes was a cash grab for Larry Hama, caught a bunch of shit for it. I still stand by it. You fucking A should, because you're absolutely correct. If that guy had the integrity of standing by his stories and his characters, he would not have promoted that. He would not have let that slide the way that he did. He would not have bragged about all of the red carpet, treatment that he got everywhere he went. And, oh, yeah, I have a cameo in the yeah. Universal Soldier is awesome. Cyborg is also awesome. Yes, absolutely. I thought we were getting the Sydney Sweeney clips, like after clips like the Bush Wookiee. Oh, God damn it. Son of a bitch. See, I was going to play the boobs for you, and then you screwed it up. You screwed it up. No. No. I can't play the boobs every time. My Walmart had the Snake Eyes Baroness on clearance. I bought all three for $6 a piece for custom fodder. Sure, I could see that. Yeah. My Swiss cheese memory is acting up. Did we ever get a Ninja Gaiden movie? I don't believe so. And if you did, it was probably some B movie like Guyver. You guys remember the Guyver with Mark Hamill? Yeah. I've come to learn that character in Campaign Evolved is actually an ODST. Yes, she is a drop shot trooper. So her comment about Spartans made sense to me, still an insufferable bitch. It's not just the comments, right? It's the fact that later on in the game, and you know what? What are we at? 47 minutes? This is going to be the comment of the day for tomorrow. Yeah. I'm actually going to put a timestamp right now. So 47 minutes. Mm-hmm. Yeah. We'll break this down brass tacks tomorrow, because that's more gaming shit. But yeah, absolutely. These are some that I starred toward the beginning. Curb Stomp said, this movie came out near my birth miss. Went and saw it. I paid money to see a total shit movie, which had not one single nod towards original origin of the characters. Great actors with a shit script. I mean, that's it. Nothing else to say. Have a good day, ladies and gentlemen. I'll see you tomorrow. Headcanon said, was this the movie where someone couldn't sell his generic ninja movie to a studio, so they slapped the name Snake Eyes on it and sold it? I've not heard that. If anyone in the chat has heard that, please chime in. I didn't hear that. Now, I do know that for Rise of Cobra, the writer had written a script called Accelerator, which was about, super state-of-the-art, futuristic accelerator suits for cops to wear to fight crime in a future time. And that's why the accelerator suits were thrown into Rise of Cobra. But this I have not specifically heard. So that's why I starred this. If anybody else has heard that, please, by all means, share it, right? Yeah, and then Curb Stomp says American Ninja was more of a Snake Eyes origin. Here we go. Medieval Alchemist. This movie set G.I. Joe back a generation. People laughed at how bad it was. They sure did. 100%. I would never disagree with that take. It's the most damaging thing to ever happen to G.I. Joe. Yep. Yeah, brown coat. I meant Caucasian. Sorry, I should have clarified. Yes. Yeah, we already expanded on that, but yeah. If anybody remembers Final Fantasy, The Spirits Within, that's a freaking awesome movie. Snake Eyes Origin is like that. Call it something else and it would have been okay. Agreed. I like the movie. I like the premise of like the weird ghost creature things. Hello, Arkham Asylum. Sorry, the ma'am is asking me to do her a fucking favor. Please give me just a moment. But I did have to turn off my ringer. I liked Final Fantasy, The Spirits Within. It's not Final Fantasy, of course, at all. But Yeah, I see your point. Absolutely. Did the bullshit movie helmet have his lips on the mask, or was it flat? It was flat. No lips, but just the choice of materials on that suit, it's way too busy. There's just like a ton of dumb shit going on with it. Navy SEALs with Charlie Sheen was better than Snake Eyes. Of course, Navy SEALs is a great movie. It also has Michael Biehn. Thank you very much. This is what I'm saying. Somebody needs to make figures. I know that like one of the higher end companies did, but you know, I want to see it in like 112 scale, 118 scale, Universal Soldier figures for sure. I do know that I don't know if it was Bobby Vance or if it was Matt LaCroix or both of them working together, but there are O-ring versions of Universal or the Unisols. I know spandex looks dumb on film, but turning everyone's super suits into some kind of high-tech battle armor is just kind of boring and homogenous, especially the Snake Eyes design. Yeah. Even at the end when he's like, oh, I'm going to go after Tommy, and they're like, we thought so. You could use this. And then like one of the Arashikage clan members brings in this tray with his suit on it. It's like, get fucked. Yeah. Bigum, what's up, man? Good to see you, dude. Who could beat your ass? Ursula Cabrera, Sienna Miller. I don't know. Those are the two females we were talking about. So, yeah. What do you think about the new Larry Hama? It's not classified. It's Big Bad Workshop and Fresh Monkey Fiction. It's just 112 scale, shown at San Diego Comic-Con. Or maybe there was a classified figure. I didn't see a classified, a Hasbro Larry Hama figure. I saw a Fresh Monkey Fiction that was shown at Joe Fest. I don't care one way or the other. I have a 4-inch Larry Hama figure on my flag. So, you know, if I shit on it, I'd be a hypocrite. I think they still give Snake Eyes movie classified figures with every purchase at my local Ollie's. Hold on a second. I'm back at, oh, maybe. Here, please take this. Please take this piece of shit. Yeah, exactly. See, look, here you go. My son absolutely loves the Snake Eyes. The Snake Eyes movie. There you go. There's always going to be somebody that likes it. I'll probably get the new Hama action figure to kit bash into a real Joe adventure team for life. Look at you. Look at you flexing. Mother Slug says, I've only seen the first G.I. Joe live action movie one time, and the body armor suits killed it for me. Yeah, the second one's not much better. I mean, it's a little bit, but not much. Yeah. I mean, Ray Stevenson as Firefly was pretty fun. So, yes, you can. You know what? Fine. Shut up. Here, jerks. There you go. How about that? Justin Booth says there's a film titled John Rambo set to release in 2027. It's a prequel to the 5 previous Rambo films. Filming has officially wrapped and is now in post-production. Did you guys see the trailer for that? Was it I Play Rocky? That movie looks freaking awesome. Like amazingly awesome. Give me a live action Ninja Scroll. Jesus. How awesome would that be? There's a lot of adult themes going on in Ninja Scroll, kids. Ollie sold the movie figures for $5 with another 30% off before they could get rid of them. Yeah, Walmart they were marking them down like crazy too. Well, Nico Tronus, what's up, brother? YouTube's on that bullshit. I got no notification and didn't realize the time. Good afternoon, Chad friend, Ninja friends. Good to see you, my friend. Yeah. Well, I don't know if that's just YouTube doing the YouTube thing or because of my shadow ban or what, but Transporter, what's up, dude? All the people who did not watch the Snake Eyes movie. I wish I was you. Me too times 3, because I saw that shit 3 times. Yeah, absolutely. People talking about Ninja Turtles, Rambo, Guyver. No. Either you know or you know. Yeah. Jim Largo says, I did buy the Snake Eyes Origin Scarlet. She was the best looking Scarlet. Exactly. That's what I was saying. Yeah, 100%. Oh, look at Bobby. Matt LaCroix and Rodney Green from Quick Kicks Dojo combined to make the Unisol figures. Thanks, Bobby. I love you, dude. You're always value added. That's what I appreciate. Sorry, kids walking in the door. Do you still have your custom Chad action figure? The one from Mikey Kukovic? He's right there. See him? Right there behind me. Next to the Baroness and Destro. Yeah, right there. I do. I also have my Strike Force Alpha Xerxes figure from Matt LaCroix. I got that figure. And I have a custom 4-inch version of me too. So I never get tired of that clip. I wonder why. Zacane and Suction Mind is going to catch a replay. Thank you, my friend. Please do. When you do, leave a comment and hype it if you would. Pause for the cause. Yep. 100%. Who was looking for the sketch pad Skeletor, if that's what it was called? Was that Kenzo or Nico? One of you said that you were looking for it, still haven't received it or something like that. I saw 3 of them today. So if you need it, I can go pick it up. Hi, Odie. What are you doing? Kevzilla says, I didn't receive a notification either, but got here and now having an ear fun at work. Oh, you're having fun in your ear at work. Gotcha. So it was you, Kenzo. Did you order it and haven't received it, or you just can't find it? But I don't know. Let me know. Either put it in here or put it in Instagram or something. But like I said, my closest Target has 3 of them because I went to Target to try to find those Metal Gear Solid. Fuck. Let me put you guys on a quick timeout. I'm sorry. I love you. Just give me a sec. Get out of here. Get out of here. Sorry about that. The ma'am is she's in Tahoe with her family. jet skiing and having a blast, so I had to do her a favor. That being said, yeah, I apologize. Work-life balance, right? Kenzo, nope, just can't find it. I'll grab it for you, dude. 100%. You're one ugly motherfucker. Best will be right back music in the business. Thank you. I appreciate that very much. I like it. And they can't get me for copyright stuff. Mother Slug's asking, did I find any Helldivers figures yet? Nope. I have not. I didn't know there's like 6 different soldiers, as the back of the box shows you shit on any of the other figures in the line. Yeah. I just want the standard OG one with the black with the yellow piping. That's the one that I want. So it's all just recolors. I get it, but no. Nope. Jim Largo says, I have a squad of not Chad commandos that like to do sorties on my Monster Force figures. They're sneaky. Very cool. Yeah, I got one hanging on the wall right here. Infantry Commander 2.0. Commando 2.0. That's definitely not me. Not me at all. Mm-hmm. Transporter says, I enjoyed the figures from the Snake Eyes movie for what they were. Unfortunately, Connecticut Walmart won't carry G.I. Joe anymore. Yeah, a lot of Walmarts were taking the pegs down. They're not on the planograms anymore. I think a lot of that is, again, like, it's going to be situationally dependent. So. Now I got to watch Predator after the stream. I was going to do that yesterday. What did I watch? Fucking Snake Eyes. Yeah, 100% Snake Eyes. Yeah, Kenzo, I'll go back and get it for you, dude. So, yeah, they had 3 on the shelf. May I get in on that sketchbook Skeletor action too? As long as they got more than 1 left when I go back. Yes, absolutely. I will aim to grab 2. Yep, absolutely. Anywho, so let's take a look at a couple of things. We're going to pull these up on the screen here, talking about snack eyes. You know what I mean? Talking about that snack eyes bullshit. Oh, I didn't change the background. I really should do that. Okay, so the Snake Eyes movie with Henry Golding, Andrew Koji. Yeah, the girl that played Akiko was great. And the Hardmaster, he was awesome too. So this movie, did I lose it? I lost it. Well, I apologize for that. Oh, here we are right here. It moved. So the ratings for this movie were 5.4 out of 10 on IMDb, 35% on Rotten Tomato. That's fucking terrible. If anybody saw my video on, Larry Hama melting down about Citizen Vigilante, I, kind of rhetorically asked, are you mad because it got a better rating than your piece of shit Snake Eyes movie? And again, there's that fucking motorcycle helmet right there. I knew it. Yeah. So that's the ratings for this movie. And then, yeah, just reading some high-level overview stuff. OG Snake Eyes versus Predator, I'd watch that movie. Do you think Snake Eyes would win? Probably. He'd probably win. I mean, Batman kicks the shit out of a Predator, so. Nico says, my Target stores stopped carrying classified, started to again. Yeah, the Target that I went into today and saw all of the I don't want to say all of, but they had the Ninja Turtle Joe stuff. They really just had the 2 vehicles and they had the Storm Shadow figure. That was it. Just a couple of items. But they had the green shirt classified on the retro card back, the retro card back Battle Android Trooper. And then they had that Dr. Rotten Claw with his fucking dino dummy. They had that. Mm-hmm. Yeah. I know there's a soft master, but is there a semi-hard master?
It's science, people! Science!
I would think that at some point the soft master and the hard master would sort of, just switch roles. If you know, you know. Snack Eyes always wins. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, that's what I call him, Dr. Rotten Crotch. Mm-hmm. I would love to see Armie Hammer in a new Joe movie, but Larry Hama would probably protest that. You know what I mean? Yeah, there is a Snake Eyes. There's a Batman versus Snake Eyes. Mm-hmm. That happened in comics. It sure did. That's a stupid looking helmet mask. Holy shit, that looks like ass. Yeah, exactly. And yes, it is Mary Jane Rottencrotch's cousin. So yeah, let me just blow this up a little bit, just so we can all read it together. Snake Eyes 2021 received mixed to negative reviews. No shit. IMDb 5.7 out of 10. Rotten Tomatoes score of 33. Critics. On IMDb, it holds a 5.7 out of 10 based on user ratings, reflecting a mixed reception from general audience. Viewers praise the action sequences and Henry Golding's performance. You're going to see that. Remember how we talked about talking points? We always got to stress talking points. Action sequences and Henry Golding. You see it over and over and over, but noted weaknesses in the story and character development. Snake Eyes had no character development. He was like a backstabbing asshole through the whole fucking movie. All he did was lie and steal and stab people in the backs. And then what does he get for it at the end? Scarlett's like, oh, your dad was a Joe. You can come join the Joes too. We need more backstabbing shitbags in G.I. Joe. Yeah. Remember when store layouts would expand their toy aisles from October to after Christmas? Yes, Pepperidge Farms does remember. They must have got that mask at the Spirit Halloween store. Yeah. Kevzilla says, my Target had retro-carded Stalker by himself for the last 5 months, but yesterday he was intruded upon by Cobra Commander. My Target and Walmart gets nothing new. Okay, in regard to classified. Again, I don't know why I have to stress it, but it's something that I always have to segue with. I don't care to see that line die. I just think it should be the exception and not the rule. The retailers don't have faith in it. Everybody who's commenting about that, that's what it is. The retailers don't have faith in classified. They know that stuff's going to sit on their pegs until they mark it down, and then it'll sit on their pegs until it goes to discount chains. Their profits have been going down, 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 down every year since Wave 3. And now they say they're going to make it $100 million line. You're on fucking drugs. Green Frog, what's up, man? Thank you for the public service announcement. I appreciate it very much. They let Snake Eyes join because his dad was a Joe. Do they think top secret military units are like getting into Harvard? Hey, your dad's an alumni. You're in. Yeah, exactly. Scarlett straight up says that to him at the end of the movie. We always got room for one more. Your dad was a Joe. You could come join too. Okay. So just any old motherfucker can get a TS clearance. Green Frog, it's good to see you, man. Thank you for being there. It's official. Chad rides a Segway. No. Totally different thing. Mm-hmm. Is it possibly this?
That's that bullshit!
I'm pretty sure that's what it is. Yeah. Transporter says, I remember when our parents could give us money and we could go and purchase our own G.I. Joes. These kids can't afford the line. No, because they were priced out. Yeah, Hasbro priced kids out of toys. It's just a self-fulfilling bullshit prophecy. Anyway, going back to this. Rotten Tomatoes, the film has a 33% critic score, indicating generally unfavorable reviews from professional critics. That says a lot. If you think about it and you kind of break it down to its brass tacks, this isn't Marvel, right? It's Paramount, Skydance, it's a fucking Hasbro movie. They don't have the clout to get all of the access media people to just sit there and fucking shill for it. If professional critics didn't like it, it's on the level of Captain Marvel. It's like that shitty, or The Marvels. You guys remember what the professional critics said about The Marvels with Black Girl Magic? They fucking loved it. Anyway, the audience score is higher, around 63%, suggesting that fans of the G.I. Joe franchise or action films found it more enjoyable despite its flaws. Critics highlighted entertaining action and Golding's performance. Action sequences and Golding's performance. Right? Talking points. But the plot, editing, and lack of depth in character development sucked ass and swallowed. There you go. The film was a box office disappointment. Is that what we're going to call that? Is that a disappointment where it makes not even half of what it cost without marketing? I don't know if I would call that disappointment. I would call that, a fucking gigantic flop. This movie cratered, grossing approximately $40 million worldwide, against a production budget of 88 to 110 million. And here's the thing, right? If that's your production budget, you have to add at least half over for marketing. That's sort of the general rule of thumb. So let's just say 100 million. Again, Kentucky windage. If the Snake Eyes movie cost $100 million to make, and you spent roughly half that on marketing, which is generally what, these movie production houses do, that's $150 million. It didn't even make a third of that. I don't even see how Lorenzo Di Bonaventura still has a fucking job. Sucking ass and swallowing is next level. Don't you guys remember one of the mercenaries in Riddick, not Chronicles of Riddick, but in Riddick, and he's like, oh, I wonder why. Oh, that's right, because it sucks ass and swallows. Yeah, for some reason I just hung on to that. Storm Shadow was more honorable Joe material than Snake Eyes in the Origins flicks. Absolutely. The only thing that motivated Storm Shadow to turn was at the end of the movie, where he used that Jewel of the Sun against Kenta, and his grandmother fucking basically kicked him out of the clan for that. Oh, well, I mean, you're still family, but you can't run this clan, and he lost his shit. So, yeah, it's so stunning and brave. Yeah, absolutely. Chris from Cutthroat Comics with a $2 super chat. Thank you very much. This is just because. I appreciate that very much, my dude. Absolutely. Hey, remember when your parents gave you money to buy a pack of smokes? I remember when I was in military school, my mother would send me a care package every week with a carton of smokes. I remember that. Ladies and gentlemen, Slate on Slate is late. We got to restart the whole show. So just stand by for an hour and 14 minutes while he gets caught up. Yep. So can my parents buy a Joe building to help ease my way into the Joes? Yeah. And then they'll name a library after you or something like that. Anyway, so in summary, overall Snake Eyes is considered visually engaging with strong action sequences. Talking points. Strong action sequences. Henry Golding's performance, blah, blah, blah. He sucked. But its story and character development received criticism. Fans of the franchise may enjoy it more than general audiences, reflected in the higher audience score on Rotten Tomatoes. I would say that would be the normies. I don't think it was fans of the franchise enjoying it more. I think it was just normies. I would completely argue that's the other way around. Paul Knapp, what is up, brother? I haven't seen your ass in a hot minute. Who's this old guy on my TV yelling, "Get off my lawn"? You mean this guy?
Even if your name is Chad, the good guys always win, even in the 80s.
Thank you, Commander Hunter. That's for you. Yeah. Thanks for being here, Paul. It's good to see you, dude. Haven't seen you in a while. I miss you. So yeah, that's the bullshit that they're talking about, Snake Eyes. Are you guys ready? Are you ready? Because it's already on the screen, so this is going to happen, like it or not. I am not going to play audio. We're just going to talk over it. Partially because, you know, the music and all that license shit, but yeah, we're not gonna play audio with these. Let me mute that. This is that fucking face that I was talking about. He makes that face all the time throughout the movie. You know, these people who think that like anger equals strength. Again, right? A lot of people writing material that shouldn't be writing the material. But yeah, anger equals strength here. Yeah. This is that fucking stupid cage fight from the beginning. Yeah. It's just garbage. Yay, Snake Eyes. Snake Eyes wins. That's the port of Los Angeles. That's where he's working for the Yakuza, putting submachine guns into fish. You know, Andrew Koji, and this is that Kenta guy, who he's Storm Shadow's uncle, but he was kicked out of the clan. I like Andrew Koji as an actor, but if you put him with the guy who played Storm Shadow in Rise of Cobra and Retaliation, Andrew Koji is a very small dude. He's very small. He's really lean. He doesn't have like that physical presence. I liked his sword work, but I don't see him as Storm Shadow. Mike Joseph, what is up, dude? Good afternoon, all you toxic so-and-so's. Good to see you, dude. Ed Kenneth says that's the face he made at his colonoscopy, the face that launched 1,000 ships. Yeah, too much Taco Bell. Patrick Strauko says, I'm late. Son had weightlifting. Life always comes first, man. Absolutely. Yeah, channeling his inner constipated rage. Kenzo. Almost, dude. Almost. You know what? Fuck it. I'm going to do it. Here we go. For the people that came in late, we brought back the secret word of the day. And so Kenzo got me. I know I'm the Masters of the Universe guy in the group, but man, that Masters movie is on a new level. Just for you, dude. Because it was good. Anyway, I'm going to keep going through this trailer. Yeah. So then they go to kill his nephew and Snake Eyes won't do it. And then they have like this big sword fight. And Snake Eyes is he's just like a shitty brawler. He's not even like a skilled fighter. But I do like the fact that the Arashikage clan is shown to be powerful and ancient and things like that. Fucking morning wood or whatever the sword is called, morning wood, morning star. That's the fight scene in Tokyo just after Larry Hama's cameo. This is the first test that he does. That's the third test. That's the third test where he has to deal with gigantic anacondas, ancient giant anacondas. Dude, exactly. Why does this look like Fast and Furious Tokyo Drift? Yeah, it's Fast and Furious Tokyo Nights or whatever the shit you want to call it. So, yeah, they put too much Bayformers, Fast and Furious. And the slow-mo bullet time fighting shit is just dumb. It does not fit. So yeah, this is the third test. Giant anacondas, da da da. Blind Master. There's a fucking helmet. Samara weaving. So this is the scene from the reshoots in March of 2021, just before the movie came out in July, where they were like, oh, we need more Joe shit to tie into our supposed Joe Origins movie. So they filmed this where Tommy just calls fucking Scarlett on the horn, and she's in, I don't know, an airport. It's very nondescript. And she's like, hang on a second, I got to take care of something, and puts her phone down on FaceTime and beats the shit out of these dudes in the bathroom. There is no description of who these guys are. Are they Cobra? Are they what? Like, you're supposed to be the Joe intelligence officer because, again, they made Samara Weaving's Scarlett a major. Why are you fighting these guys? This movie doesn't ever talk about why. It just goes from what to what to what to what. It's like Snake Eyes doesn't drive the plot. The plot really just says, hey, do this thing. Yeah, don't you besmirch Tokyo Drift. If J-Lo isn't in it, I don't care about no damn anacondas. Yeah. Mortal Kombat. Gotcha. So yeah, this is her randomly fighting whoever. Oh, I guess they were Cobra. Again, I just rewatched it last night and it was so quick. There's the fucking Jewel of the Sun right here. That's their Infinity Stone. That's the MacGuffin device. And then right here, where is she? Oh, that fucking helmet. That helmet is so bad. Look at that. Like, everything in this movie has like that weird texture shit to it. It's very Batman and Robin. Yeah, so then this is where Akiko explains what Cobra is. Oh, she's a Joe. They're the good guys. This is Cobra. They're the bad guys. And then there's Ursula Cabrera as the Baroness Anastasia de Cobre. Yeah, she was the fucking Kareness. I love the fact that she has a natural accent, whereas Sienna Miller's Baroness did not have an accent, but again. But she doesn't exude that, sexy, dangerous at all. But I'll give them credit. They tried to give her some sort of snake scaling on her uniform. And then these are just, I guess they're supposed to be Cobra troops, but it's never really explained about these guys right here at all. They're just random dudes in like ski masks. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Maybe it's the hair. I don't know, but she doesn't scream Baroness to me. She's a pretty lady, but something about her it just doesn't work. And then there's the loaded dice. That's the whole, I don't know, trope at the beginning of the movie, why he calls himself Snake Eyes. Discover what hides. Oh, here we go. Behind the mask. Here's some bullet time. Brrr. Yeah, that's where he steals the jewel. More bullet time. One thing I will give Scarlett, the first time you see her in her uniform, she does smoke two dudes with her crossbow. I will say that. Yeah, her body doesn't really scream Baroness, right? Yeah, it doesn't. Really doesn't. I liked Akiko. I thought she was pretty tough. But Samara Weaving Scarlett keeps talking about like temporary alliance. Oh, we're going to have a temporary alliance, blah, 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 blah. They never even discuss the Arashikage, the I Ching, like this, they never discuss it. Oh, there it is. Fuck. Here you go, kids. We're just going to watch this over and over. Look at how shitty that is. Look at how shitty this is. Fuck. Let me take this off the screen for a minute. There you have it. That's one trailer. We're going to watch one more because, might as well watch one more. Wow. Kevzilla says, I must have fallen asleep during the anaconda part. Yeah, so the whole thing with the giant anacondas in the pit, there's 3 of them. It's the 3rd test, so 3 giant anacondas for the 3rd test. And you have to, like, empty your heart because the snakes can see into your soul. Yeah. It's that bad. Mm-hmm. The giant snake scene scared my son, who was 7 at the time, asked to watch the next movie we rented. There you go. Yeah, her Baroness. Again, it's not the actress. I think a lot of it is the presentation. She was not written very well. I mean, she's basically just like, oh, you're going to do this for me, or we're going to kill you. Yeah, I need you to do this. So, evil dominatrix librarian vibes. That's kind of what the Baroness is supposed to be. Very much based on dominatrix. Who was that Catwoman with all the black outfit and glasses? Please don't tell me. Yeah. It's the Baroness, my dude, not Catwoman. Mike Joseph, I bought this movie on 4K when it came out, and after a couple of attempts, have only ever gotten past the first 20 minutes. It gets worse. If you can believe that, it actually gets worse. Crystal clear. Really? Nobody's going to say it. I'm going to have to be the one who says it. Okay. That helmet. You guys know, right?
I don't know, man. Seems kind of gay to me.
100%. That helmet's freaking horrible. Motorcycle helmet. Mm-hmm. Not to move it back, but that's how I felt about Alison Brie with Evil Lynn. She wasn't evil enough. She was semi-evil. She was quasi the Diet Coke of evil. Yeah. Yeah, I think Alison Brie was probably one of the weaker characters in Masters of the Universe. Yeah. She should have been a little harder, but yeah, get you. Trying to be like Batman with that mask. Trying to be like something. I don't know. Power Rangers, MCU. It is not. It's not Snake Eyes, man. Yeah, I hate that magic helmet trend in movies. It's just such a fucking trope that they won't get away from. I didn't even see the 3rd Ant-Man movie, but it's literally just like they just keep doing it all the fucking time. Even Spider-Man, he was doing it way too much with the Iron Spider. Yeah. Black Spearhead's like, are we ripping this movie a new asshole? Sweet. Yes, we've been doing it for an hour and a half. Athletic women can still have boobs, Hollywood. Bring on the muscle mommies. Yeah, absolutely they can. Justin Boof. I hope Danny McBride casts Kane Kasugi as Storm Shadow. How freaking cool would that be? Show Kasugi's kid. That would be fantastic. How old is Kane Kasugi now? Like 40? Somebody in the chat, ask Sergeant Major Google how old Kane Kasugi is. I'd like to know. Mm-hmm. And that first trailer is what turned me off of the whole movie. Yeah. Yep. They made an Ant-Man 3? Yeah, the one with Kang, right? Yeah. I'm pretty sure you're joking, but yes, they did. Slate on Slate says, I just got back from the future. Bad news. This film wins an Oscar. Shit. Oh, he's 51. Thank you very much. That's a little long in the tooth for Storm Shadow. I don't know. I wouldn't be doing any Storm Shadow shit. That's for fucking sure. I hope Danny McBride keeps his annoying friends away from G.I. Joe. So that's something that I did want to kind of segue into talking about that. So the conversations regarding Danny McBride's G.I. Joe, it's going to be based around Springfield. The Joes discover that Springfield is really like, it's not a real city. It's just basically a Cobra base in disguise, which I think that's cool. Those of you who read, the original Marvel Comics, big issue number 50, the Battle of Springfield and everything that leads up to that. I'm sure they're not going to go that deep into it. What happens in the comics beforehand, because issue 45 through 49 is all about like the creation of Serpentor and the Baroness killing Storm Shadow on the beach, etc., etc. But I like the premise of it's kind of espionage action thriller. I appreciate the fact that he said that. What do you guys feel about this Walton Goggins Zartan rumor? Like it? Don't like it? It's a natural conversational shift. Oh yeah, he's 51 in Asian years, so he's like 26. That's true. Yeah, I mean they age great. Yeah. Is there any love for Sonny Chiba Street Fighter out there? Yeah. Mm-hmm. Sho Kasugi's 78. I bet you he'd still beat the shit out of all of us. Yeah. I hope someone says big ass titties in the Danny McBride Joe. I'm just saying he needs to be clutch. I would get down with that. Even if it's just like a cameo of him like working under the hood. God forbid they, use the Lamborghini Cheetah vamp design and he's just working under the hood of something and he just sticks his head out with it like a toothpick. I would fucking love that. G.I. Joe 66. I'm a mixed race and I thought Snake Eyes movie was racist against white people. Who does that? Hollywood? Replace who Snake Eyes was, ruin the whole backstory of Snake Eyes, and make him into an evil guy. Well, that's Hollywood writers, Lorenzo Di Bonaventura and Larry Hama. For those of you who did watch this movie, the end credits, it's like a fucking ADHD nightmare with all the color flashes and they're banging on these like ceremonial drums. And you're like, when the fuck was that ever in the movie? The end credits are almost impossible to fucking like look at. The only one of Danny McBride's associates I want in the G.I. Joe reboot is Walton Goggins. Yeah, he's freaking awesome. Yeah. The real Snake Eyes did have honor. Yeah, the whole reason he's fucked up like that is because he wouldn't leave Scarlet. That's why he and Scarlet have that unbreakable bond. Even when he could have just, he could have just gone on the fucking med board. He could have med boarded out and been set for life, but nope, he stayed. It completely bastardizes the character of Snake Eyes in every way, shape, and form. Does that mean the armory in Springfield is called Springfield Armory? Yes, it is. Patrick Strauko likes Walton Goggins. Goggins' Zartan sounds legit. He crushed it and Justified and pretty much anything else. He was great in Justified. And I liked him as the Ghoul. I'm not the biggest Fallout fan whatsoever, but he's just good, man. He's freaking good. Mother Slug says Springfield is like the Scooby-Doo story. You know where the gang goes, to area and the whole zone is operated by the enemy. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Delta making him the villain in his own movie. Fucking stupid. What does that mean, Delta? I don't know. I don't know. I thought Walton Goggins would have made a great Shipwreck. But is he going to do a shitty Christian Slater impression, doing a shitty Jack Nicholson impression? I don't know about Shipwreck, kids. Vice Principals is so good. Smells like fresh buttholes. I think the kids call that truffle butter. The fucking movie. Walton Goggins, he is savage in Vice Principals. So good. Darth Gutierrez, what's up, brother? I just got here, but I gotta say, I like the aesthetics of the Snake Eyes suit, including his helmet. The movie was whack. I appreciate that you like the suit. I thought it was way too busy with the patterns and everything going on with it, but you know, whatever. To me, peak Snake Eyes live action costume was Retaliation. 100%. It's just fucking solid. It's better than the one from the first movie. I know people like to rip on the way that his cowl or mask has a mouth on it, but the version 2 Snake Eyes toy had a mouth. So they did try to stay true to a lot of that stuff. Oh no, James Lucas missed Ant-Man 3. Whatever will you do? I'm sure you'll live another day without having seen Ant-Man 3. Whatever it's called, quantum verse of stupidity. Some shit like that. Yeah. I need some dude who speaks American, goddammit. I'm trying to put Tiger Bomb on this jungle's nuts. He's back here making a sweater. I almost blinded Jamie Lee Curtis on the set of Freaky Friday. This will fucking ruin me. He's so good in that movie. Yep. He was good in Land of the Lost. Yep. Oh, The Shield. Yeah, Walton Goggins was in The Shield too. He's one of those like actors. He's like a working actor. Absolutely. Browncoat said if anyone has doubts about Walton Goggins' ability to play a villain, go watch any of Justified. Yeah, we were just talking about that. Boyd Crowder is one of the best villains I've ever seen. He's fucking good. He has layers, man. That's why I think that he could pull off Zartan. But I want a good Zartan. I don't want like the Zartan from Rise of Cobra and stuff where, yeah, he wasn't very Zartanish. Get Walton Goggins, give him all his weird layers and, you know, just like that darkness that you can see. Maybe make him a little schizo, but don't say he's schizo. And then his masks and stuff need to be like the fucking faceless men from Game of Thrones, right? Where you just kind of like pull it off like that, like a handkerchief. It needs to be a little sci-fi-ish, right? I mean, that's just my opinion. So I'll be good with Goggins in any role. Honestly, he has great range. Agreed. Goggins as Zartan works, maybe Wild Bill. This is just my argument. It's very much a take it or leave it. If you're rebooting Joe, how big do you want to expand the team? I understand that people love Shipwreck, people like Wild Bill, things like that, but you're already getting really bloated. I think it has to be a small team, especially if it's this whole like, you know, intrigue kind of a thing with Springfield. You can't have 20 fucking people. You know, you're going to have like a fire team plus, maybe a squad, like a nine person element. So good to see you, Slade. Thanks for being here, dude. Yes, Walton Goggins is in fucking Predators 2010. Yep. Vice Principals is so good, yeah. Does anyone remember the Ballad of G.I. Joe from Funny or Not? I'm sure if I saw it, I'd be like, oh yeah, I've seen this, but not off the top of my head. That's right. He was the warden. He was the warden when Snake Eyes gets brought down into the prison. That is true. He was in retaliation. Again, he's one of those, like, he's a working actor. He's been in so much stuff. You just forget that he was in it. Fans discussing upcoming reboots on platforms like Reddit generally share a consensus that he would make a fantastic Cobra Commander due to his talent for playing charismatic villains. Though fans have also suggested classic roles like Wild Bill or Chuckles. I think Chuckles would be wasted on him because he wouldn't speak. Just my opinion. I've heard a lot of people say Cobra Commander, but yeah. What's your favorite toy to come from the first two movies? Mine's Ultimate Cobra Commander. Yes, the Ultimate Cobra Commander is the single greatest version of that figure ever. And the Ultimate Storm Shadow. I do like the Rise of Cobra Night Raven. I do like that vehicle. That's good. There was a lot of good stuff, pardon me, to come out of that. If Walton as Zartan doesn't at some point yell at the Dreadnoks to go outside, nerds, I ain't got time for your worthless chime-ins. This?
I ain't got time to be distracted by your worthless chime-ins. Gone.
That would be so good. He's fucking awesome as Uncle Baby Billy. You should be ashamed of yourselves. Yeah. You wouldn't want to woke Zartan? It would do marvels for my channel. No, I want them to treat Joe with the respect that it deserves. That's it. My bottom line for everything that I talk about, make videos about, discuss is that I want to see it treated the way that it should be treated, that it deserves to be treated, and it's not. And I don't believe it ever has been. So, pardon me, from the executives at Hasbro, all these vice presidents and stuff, I got something in my throat, that have a problem with their problematic war brand and always want to kill it and stick it back in the closet, or they just bastardize it for a couple of dollars here and there, to Lorenzo Di Bonaventura, to these people that they get as writers that they know nothing about the characters. You know what? Fuck it, man. I'm going to do it. Here you go. Solo Rent. Why not? Put Mads Mikkelsen in there somewhere. He should have been fucking Dr. Doom. Well, they got to bring back RDJ, right? Because they know that their cinematic universe is cooked. Zartan from Rise of Cobra was boring. Yeah, he was. But again, I was just saying that. You get these writers that don't understand the characters. Like, how do you describe Zartan in Rise of Cobra? He whistles. He puts on other people's clothes. Okay. I mean, that's it. Until he gets the nanites injected in his face. And that was only for one transformation. Right, to double as the president. You know, that character was just ruined. So I want to see the original Springfield story. Dr. Venom, Mindwave scanners, all that shit. We're just going to have to take a wait and see approach and find out how deep they're going to go with it. I mean, I'm sure it's not going to be like all these Freds and stuff. Because then you would have to explain the Freds. You would already have to have the Crimson Guard established. Right. Sometimes smaller is better. Right. More manageable bites. Yeah. Small team investigating cameo-filled finale. Yeah, I could see that. Browncoat says the Joe squad that I would put in this reboot: Duke, Scarlet, Snake Eyes, Stalker, maybe Rock and Roll or Gung Ho, but no more than that to start. You got to at least have Colonel Hawk. Even if you had a scene establishing Colonel Hawk with General Flag, that opens up down the line to, retire General Flag in Minecraft, and then Hawk gets promoted. But you have to grow, these worlds. All of this Transformer stuff. And somebody on Instagram today, there was a post. It was just like some clickbait bullshit, and it was like, the Transformer G.I. Joe crossover is about to start filming and blah, blah, blah. Fuck no, it's not. It is not. No, that movie's not happening. In the comics, Chuckles can talk. Well, he can talk. They might go with the comics version. Man, I don't know. I fucking hate Chuckles, kids. I'm sorry. I do not care for Chuckles. Fan castings for Joe's are ridiculous 60-year-olds as E7s. I will agree with that. I loved the Paris Pursuit Snake Eyes figure from Rise of Cobra. That's not the one with the trench coat, is it? I don't think so. One of the Paris versions, he has the trench coat. Yeah, right, Anthony? The freaking Game of Thrones? The faceless men. Every time I watch Game of Thrones, which the ma'am and I are going back through it, and Arya just got back to Winterfell, but the whole time she was, a girl has no name, a girl has no name. I was like, why didn't they go this route with Zartan? He wears the backpack. Just, you don't have to see him like rummaging through the backpack. You just know that he's a faceless man. Uncle Baby Billy is a legend. Also, good afternoon. Good afternoon, Billy. It's good to see you. He was in the Alicia Vikander Tomb Raider. Yep, he sure was. He was the main bad guy who couldn't leave the island. Exactly. I like him. Bat Stan, what's up, brother? Good to see you. Thank you for being here. Yeah, the fucking whistling. Oh, you only know it's Zartan because he's whistling. He's just wearing somebody else's shit. You can still see his face. Yeah. Respect the foundation which the franchise was built on. You should. Yeah, the writers won't even read books. A lot of the MCU writers have openly stated they were told, don't read the comics. I get that to a degree. Can you at least go read like the Wikipedia about these characters? Maybe, possibly. I don't know, something. Yeah. Mm-hmm. It would be interesting to see Wild Bill bitching about having his chopper shot down in the first 5 minutes of the movie, then having to tag along with the A-team on the ground. Yeah, I mean, there's ways you could do stuff like that, but does anybody remember Brendan Fraser in Rise of Cobra, and he just comes rolling up, and he looks just like Flint, but he's not Flint, and then you never fucking see him again? Yeah. And then the Flint that we got with DJ Contra in the second movie, he sucked. Now, he was written just as poorly as all this stuff in the Snake Eyes movie, like just a whiny fucking bitch the whole time. Just fucking terrible, man. Hey, you guys want to watch another Snake Eyes trailer? I gotta show you one more. I say start with the original 13. Absolutely start with the original 13. 100%. That's what you got to do. Even if it's not the original 13, like start with some of them. Okay, if it's going to be the word of the day, I'll have to use it more sparingly so it isn't overdone. CJ, I guess you came in a little late. The whole thing with the secret word of the day is, I saw you just wrote it out. And so I shared the, the scream for the secret word. But what you got to do is you got to put it, you have to like bury it in a comment somewhere where I don't see it. Because if you just put I'm on a new level, I'm not going to highlight the comment. You have to trick me. You have to trick me into doing it. Yeah. Green Frog says Bill Skarsgård would be the best choice to play Zartan in a live-action Joe movie, bringing the ideal blend of physical transformation skills, eerie intensity. Bill Skarsgård. Okay. According to Facebook. Never listen to Facebook. Never listen to anything Facebook says, man. No, in the comics, Chuckles is awesome. Look, the only time that Snake Eyes wasn't available was when Chuckles was on pegs. What does Snake Eyes dress up in when he wants to sneak off the installation? Fucking Hawaiian shirt. I mean, the theory has legs. It really does. Masters had a lot of violence and people died in the first two movies. So there's lots of hope for good action. Are you talking about the new Masters of the Universe and the first two Joe movies? It's a little vague. I'm sorry. Yep. They're Joes. Headcanon says not reading the comics or knowing anything about the character shows the difference between Iron Man 2008 and the Eternals. But Iron Man 2008, again, small. It was small, it was stripped down, and it was Jon Favreau. You got to get the right people in the right mindset. They're Joes. 100%. D-Town, what's up, brother? Good to see you. Thank you for being here. I appreciate you. Ooby Dooby says, I can't cast this movie. I don't know any of the late 20s, early 30s actors. Yeah. No, We's in the Jews. Is that because of Brendan Fraser? Matt says, I want them to cast younger folks like late 20s, early 40s, like Stephen Amell as Duke, even though he's a Canadian. Shit, I'd get behind him. So Bradley Cooper is the new rumor for Duke after Chris Hemsworth had to bow out. I have trash on my floor. Yeah. I could see Bradley Cooper as Hawk. I will say I did like the ship that flew up on the Joes in the beginning of Rise of Cobra. The sonic weapons were okay. I appreciated the fact that they attempted to show that Mars Industries was way more advanced, significantly more future forward than anything that NATO had or even the Joes. Or the UN, because technically in that movie, the Joes are part of the fucking UN. And in this Snake Eyes movie, Akiko says that the Joes are an international organization. I'm like, oh, fucking here we go again. So, yeah. I appreciated those Cobra gunships. I did. And, if you want to talk about aura farming, so Duke and Ripcord, which he shouldn't have been Ripcord. Duke and Ripcord's team is just getting decimated. And then you see the Joes come up, and the way that Snake Eyes just kind of, it's almost like an Australian rappel, but his feet they're not on the rope, and he just freaking dives out. That was a good aura farm. Yeah. I saw that, CJ. I'm not going to do it. I'm not doing it. I saw it, man. If I see it right off the cuff, I can ignore it. Yeah, the new Masters and Joe live actions. Okay, yeah. I could see Bradley Cooper as Flint more. Yeah, I could see Bradley Cooper as Flint, but then that raises the other questions, right? You get that secondary, tertiary order of effect. How many Joes do you want in there? I mean, their command structure is really like Hawk, Duke, and down. I think you can do a Joe movie without Duke. You could do a Joe movie without Duke. Just like I appreciate the fact that Batman Begins didn't have the Joker in it. Ooh, speaking of which, the comment of the day is regarding Batman Begins. There's something that was posted yesterday that for some reason I didn't see it. Yeah, CJ, I was all for Chris Hemsworth being Duke, and I will get behind Glenn Powell. Glenn Powell's fucking awesome. I will absolutely get behind fucking Hangman. Bradley Cooper for Shipwreck. You guys stop it. Stop it. I don't want to hear anything else about Shipwreck. Oh my God. I'm glad they didn't make this 3 years ago. Leslie Jones would be Duke. Just screaming. That's all she does is scream. And then she yells that people didn't go see their bullshit movie because, you know, racist white men and sexist because this shit.
Girl power!
Yep. Jim Largo says scaling down is something Hollywood has a problem with because they can't get out of the way of their own egos. That's Hollywood's problem. Godzilla -0 wasn't Hollywood. Smaller kaiju was scarier. Same with a smaller Joe Squad on missions with limited assets. Yeah, absolutely. 100%. Mike Joseph says Cooper as Hawk works, Duke not so much. I'd watch a true timeline, much older Joes now in their 70s and 80s, but still secret agents fighting geriatric Cobra from retirement homes. I would kind of like to see Danny McBride lean into it as a period piece. You could set it in the 1980s. I think that would be rad. If you get that all that Cold War stuff going on, opens up a lot of other opportunities. Jack Quaid as Breaker, Adam Driver as Flint. Jack Quaid's a freaking huge G.I. Joe fan. Huge. Yep. Dennis Quaid did Rise of Cobra because of Jack Quaid. Yep. And a lot of the interviews that he would do for The Boys, he would talk about he grew up on G.I. Joe. Absolutely. G.I. Joe 66 says he was in the movie, that whistling guy dancing in with the bush Wookie. Oh, Zartan was hanging out with this? Chooches. Did I get it right? I think I got it right. I wasn't interested in Rise of Cobra or Retaliation when they came out. I was, however, surprised by how much I like Rise of Cobra and Retaliation figures and vehicles. Agreed. Guys like Robert's Infinite Realms can go off forever about how the 30th anniversary Pursuit of Cobra stuff got unceremoniously killed off because of the Retaliation figures. And they said like, oh yeah. I mean, it's just on pause. It's just on pause. We'll come back to it after Retaliation. Fuck no. Didn't do it. I wouldn't mind Jeremy Renner. I like Jeremy Renner. Leslie Jones would be Roadblock. Yeah, 100%. Zakanan's here. What's up? Shipwreck can burn in hell. Also, hey, yeah, Shipwreck sucks ass. McBride may not have a choice in who he gets to use as characters. I don't agree with that for the most part. He already wrote the script. The script is done. It's locked in. He's the one that went to Paramount. So could Hasbro, we went, sure. But, you know, the new leadership at Skydance Paramount, I don't think they're going to fuck around. They see what Tom Cruise's shit does, and then they see what Lorenzo Di Bonaventura's stuff does. Maybe I'm giving him too much credit. Maybe I just am so hopefully optimistic. But G.I. Joe needs a win. It really needs a fucking win. He might not have much of a choice, but remember, this is a guy who approached them. He went to them and said, hey, I want to make a Dreadnoks movie. And they said, yeah, we got to reboot G.I. Joe proper first. Do that first. And then he had the script like, boop, done. So Mill Connors is telling Zakanin, Shipwreck is a hero. F you translucent bastard. Jeez Louise. Hey, guys want to watch another Snake Eyes trailer? We're going to do it. We're doing it. All right, so this is Tokyo. And then on the electric bikes. With the fucking noise. Oh, I looked into your eyes and I saw honor. Yep. Saw this already. I think we saw all of this footage. The best G.I. Joe. Who the fuck said that? Joel Deckelminer from Screen Rant. Fuck you, Screen Rant. The best G.I. Joe movie yet. Tell me you don't know anything about G.I. Joe without telling me you don't know anything about G.I. Joe. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Giant anacondas. Ninja jumping. Oh, hey, Cobra. There's the MacGuffin again. There's the Morning Wood sword or whatever the fuck it was called. Oh, the fucking suit. Oh, here we go. Oh, there it is. There it is. Let's see, this is what I was talking about. Look at all the different fucking textures and shit on this suit. I need to pause this. Just like look at it. You have two different textures on the pants. You have this weird chaps going on, and then some kind of like thigh armor, over the knee boots with all the fucking, you know, the pops are red. Of course, everybody has to wear knuckle gloves these days, right? Because, war in Iraq. Almost nobody wore those. You know who wore those? Fucking Pogues. Yeah. And again, it's just like, you got a texture here, you got a texture there, another, like this is shiny, this is, you know, flat, that all the different textures going on, silver buckles, you know, they're like fucking chromed out. They're just going to reflect everything. Rivets. It's just too much shit going on with this. Too much. And then you ready? I know you guys are ready. Here you go. Oh, God. It's so terrible. The origin story we've been waiting for. It's the same fucking dude. I wonder if this guy was like fucking given some access for shit. The fucking mopey kid face. Angry mopey guy face. Oh, was that the same guy? I bet you it was. It's the same guy. All the quotes in this trailer are from the same fucking dude. A wildly entertaining thrill ride. Get fucked, dude. Again, right? The slow-mo fighting bullet time shit. Oh, this is somebody else. Nerds of Color. Oh my God. Nerds of Color. I wonder if they got Nerds of Color because of all Larry Hama's talk about people of color. We needed to make Snake Eyes, a person of color, person of color. Has anyone ever noticed the term person of color? Like, really sit on that term for a second. Person of color. Back in the 50s and all that stuff, you know, everybody who likes to cry about Jim Crow law, but they'll vote Democrat because they're retarded. Didn't they use the term colored? All the coloreds? Is that not the same thing as person of color? It feels like it to me. I mean, I'm not a dude who just sees race everywhere I look, but person of color sounds very much like saying coloreds back in the day. Crusty Old Crow, what's up, brother? I'd be into a Joe series done in the same vein as Strike Back and Jack Ryan. I very much agree with that sentiment. I have always said that if you wanted to do a stripped down kind of Joe show, do it like the Unit. And you only have like so many main characters. Colonel Hawk, Scarlet, Stalker, Duke, right? Those are like your four main. You got your first sergeant, you got your commander, you got your like NCOIC and Stalker who like leads all the missions, and they got your fucking intelligence chick. Hell, you know, maybe even throw in like a mainframe or Sparks or somebody like that. I don't know, you know, running comms. But depending on where they go on the mission, that's the Joes that you'll see. Oh, hey, we got to go do this weird thing in the Arctic Circle. Well, there's Snow Job, there's Iceberg, whatever. Oh, we got to go do this thing down in South America. You know, Recondo, who else? Oh, we got to go to the Middle East. Fucking Dusty. You know what I mean? Like, very much the operating environment determines which Joes you see in which given episode. I fucking love the Unit. I love it. Sci-Fi Swatman says, I submit pertinent to today's topic. Oh, Danny McBride should leave out Snake Eyes and Storm Shadow. I would be all about that. Again, part of the reason why I really enjoy Batman Begins is because it's not the fucking Joker. They waited. They established the Batman, the lore, the environment, the city as a character. They let the city kind of breathe as a character. And then they brought in the Joker. I definitely do not have a problem with no Snake Eyes or Storm Shadow. The thing is, as somebody said earlier, they don't think that McBride probably has that much control over which characters. Any of those idiots at Hasbro who are not toy people, who never were toy people, they're just Ivy League graduates who know how to read Excel spreadsheets. They're always going to tell you the four most popular characters in G.I. Joe are Snake Eyes, then Storm Shadow, then Cobra Commander, then Duke. But why? All they make are Snake Eyes and Storm Shadow and Cobra Commander and Duke. So it becomes like this cyclical sort of bullshit, like, oh, well, that's what they want, so that's what we're always going to give them. Yeah, it's dumb. I'd fucking leave them out. Yeah, leave them out for a sequel. 100%. Matt Mahler says late 80s, early 90s. Yeah. Yeah, if you did it like pre-fall of the Berlin Wall. Mm-hmm. Yeah, absolutely. Crusty Old Crow is asking, is Margot Robbie too obvious for CoverGirl now? I don't think so. I'd get down with Margot Robbie. Isn't she supposed to be Princess Adora, aka She-Ra? I don't know. Kenzo, are you still here? Let me know. Raymond says, looking at actors, Duke is hard to pick because a lot of actors aren't really manly these days. Look, if Glenn Powell somehow wound up being Duke, I would not fucking cry about it. I would not cry about it whatsoever. I would get down with Glenn Powell as Duke. He's just young enough, but he looks just mature enough. He's got a good build. Yeah. He's kind of got that swagger like when he plays Hangman in Top Gun Maverick. Yeah, I get down with that. CJ says, I want Samara Weaving to have another chance as Scarlet. Sadly, I doubt that. I wouldn't be against it. The problem with Samara Weaving Scarlet wasn't her. It was the fucking dialogue they made her read. I suggest a temporary alliance, blah, blah, blah. She's just like bland as fuck. But she looks good as Scarlet. So did the actress who played Scarlet in Rise of Cobra. I don't think Scarlet would be that hard to cast. Not even a little. I would even some people would probably be like, no, Chad, fuck no. I wouldn't have a problem with Sophie Turner either as Scarlet. I mean, she's already fucking Lara Croft, so. Mother Slug says, just look at Bradley Cooper and A-Team for good visuals as who he would play better as. Agreed. He was a great face man in that movie. Yep. Alpha Mike Foxtrot. Steel Crusher is a cool toy. What's up, Carlos? It's good to see you, dude. I turned my Steel Crusher into a 1/18 scale mask vehicle. Because I have a custom 1/18 scale Cliff Dagger. 100%. Wyatt Russell would make a solid rock and roll. Dude, he would. He really would. Make him all like Surfer Bro. Black Spearhead says Army Hammer as Duke. Discuss. What about Army Hammer as Colonel Hawk? Colonel Hawk? Look, he had all sorts of mad, serious presence in Citizen Vigilante. He did not fuck around in that movie. Okay, both Chad and Zakanin blow now. What? Shipwreck is awesome. First of all, $5 is $5, so you don't fucking tell me what to do. Secondly, Shipwreck. If they do Shipwreck, though, do the Dollar General Shipwreck. Just put him in like the turtleneck sweater with the watch cap, you know. But I don't want to see him with the short sleeves and Polly and the fucking flintlock pistol and dumb shit. I don't want to see that. Jeremy Renner could be Snowjob. Hey, he almost died. Oh, man, that's savage. I fucking love it. Yeah, he could be Snowjob. He knows all about, tracked snow vehicles. Damn, man, that's horrible. Matt says, I want a small team, 4 to 6 for the first and second acts. Third act, you can go all in on cameos for the Battle of Springfield. Sure. Just look at G.I. Joe Resolute. I think that's a perfect argument. Yeah, like you see Wild Bill, you see this character, you see that character, but it doesn't like really build until that third act. And that's also in the Springfield. So 100%. I can get down with that. Shit wrecked, more like it. Ice Cream Soldier, a G.I. Joe origin story. I'm going to play this, not because I don't like your input or your joke, but because people, they like to look at this person.
Everyone does it. Now you can do it too. Shut your mouth. Shut up. Shut the hole in your face. Like that.
There's something about her. Shipwreck, I could see being played by Billy Bob Thornton. But Chad, it's the best. You don't fucking tell me what's the best. Yeah. Granted, cartoon Shipwreck was basically comic book Clutch. Except for the shitty Christian Slater thing. Yeah. All that fancy armor on Snake Eyes and no codpiece. But Nerds of Color said it's a whole new kind of action movie. I wonder if Nerds of Color are related to the Mary Sue. Oh, Jesus. CJ says it's seriously a shame Samara Weaving really could have rocked it as Scarlet, but the movie was too shitty. Agreed. Yeah, agreed. And look, her suit wasn't that bad. I've seen a lot worse in G.I. Joe and other films. Headcanon says they only need 10 of the original Joes to do the movie. Storyline could pull from issue 10, a nice little time like ours to set up Springfield, use issue 1 as the template for the battle. Yeah, you could do that. Sure. Those are both good issues. Again, as somebody was saying earlier, everything like issues 1 through 70 something are pretty fucking good. But it's supposed to be armor. I know. I don't like the busyness of it. That's it. I would never try to take away from anybody else's opinion. I think it's way too busy. Way too busy. Green Frog. I believe those gloves are particularly popular with knuckle draggers. Everybody who puts on a pair of like, reinforced knuckle gloves thinks that they're going to go like kick down a bunch of doors and stuff. And it's like, no, you just bought those at the exchange and you're stupid. So I don't know, whatever. Oh, frickin' Carl Urban. I love Carl Urban. He's so good. Chucha says, I remember watching the HasCon live stream and the Snake Eyes actor went to promote his classified figure. His acting in that promo was not convincing. Oh, God, yeah. Do you guys remember was it HasCon? I think it was HasCon that had the kid from Holes, which, by the way, Ryan and I saw him at San Diego Comic-Con last year, and Ryan trolled him and took a picture with him. It was fucking hilarious. I was trying not to laugh while they were doing it. And that kid from Holes is like, yo, check this figure out. Yo, dog. Yo, look at this shit, boy. Like, who the fuck are you screaming at? And he had his own Build-A-Figure. And he was like, yo, show me some of that Serpentor, yo. Fucking dial it down, dude. He's like screaming for the Boogs and the Ghetto Dahmers of the world. Medieval Alchemist has to head out. Thank you very much, my dude. Appreciate you very much. One paid off Screen Rant shill. That tracks. It's probably all Screen Rant. Yeah, all of them. I vote Robert Downey Jr. a stalker. Yeah, the unit was pretty much G.I. Joe. So's Megaforce, right? Clandestine, future forward military unit with a mountain base, and you basically have to like be declared dead or disavowed or something like that. Yeah. What? No sci-fi or psych out? Fucking shit. No, dude. No. Bobby Vance says, I just made the connection. That Snake Eye suit reminds me of the new batch of O-ring figure designers. They have to literally pull out every trick and greeble and over-design it. It's the same thing with classified. Like everything has to have that stupid rip stop, like grid pattern or this, that, or let's just make it busy. It's that Rob Liefeld approach. Pouches on pouches. It looks tactical. No, you sound like a fucking jingle truck when you're running into combat. It's fucking dumb, man. That's why people like Bobby B like really fucking kiss up to Hasbro like, you need better military advisors. Because, yeah, for as much as he's just a fucking dirty pogue, I mean, at least he was in the military. Those Hasbro people, they're fucking retarded, man. Krusty says, 100% agreed, a Joe show with a lot of small roles. Yeah, I mean, it keeps costs down too, right? Just trying to think about like being fiscally, conservative about it. Or financially conservative, however you want to look at that. One of the most realistic aspects of the unit was the CEO sending out his best operative all the time so he could just plow. Yeah, man. Yeah, that shit was rugged. That was rough. Yep. But hey, I mean, T1000, right? So can't go wrong with that. Robert, whatever his name is. I don't know. CJ says everyone has a Joe they hate minus Falcon. Everyone does have a least favorite Joe. 100%. Crusty Old Crow says, notice that the G.I. Joe Energon series has been doing just fine without using Snake Eyes. Yep. It's nice to see him held off. 100% agreed, man. Hear me out. Bob from La Bamba as Shipwreck. Dude, I could get behind that. I mean, probably not at his current age, but back when they made La Bamba, yeah, oh yeah. I could see him as Shipwreck. I mean, Hector Delgado, right? I mean, he is Hispanic. I got 100% get behind that. If McBride could work in a silent interlude segment, Snake Eyes might work in the new movie. Okay. I could definitely see that. I mean, the whole mountain, I don't know, temple scene shit in Retaliation. That was that director's version of silent interlude. Yeah, you could do that. I could see that worked in. You know, he's got to go just get somebody out. It's all just dead silent. That'd be freaking awesome. Clint Jorgensen swinging. Probably should cast Elliot Page.
I don't know, man. Seems kind of gay to me.
Why not? Fuck it. Let's go. Let's do it. Well, we need Oscar consideration. We need to be considered for awards. So, yeah, Elliot Page is Sergeant Slaughter. Oh, my God. Could you imagine that? Kenzo says, still here, not sure about the actress to play She-Ra. Knight said he knows who he wants, but hasn't asked her yet. He won't say who. Gotcha. I appreciate it. Marvelous Mike with that awesome Venom snake. The Glenn Powell guy was perfect Guy Gardner casting when I saw Top Gun. Dude, agreed. And look what's going on with that fucking lantern shit. Oh my God. The dude playing Guy Gardner is fucking broke as fuck. God, that's not Guy Gardner. Oh, I'm sorry, not Guy Gardner. That's not Hal Jordan. I think Glenn Powell could be Hal Jordan too. I will say that who doesn't know his name, but I just can't think of it right now because you guys know what my mind does sometimes. Oh, Nathan Fillion. I like Nathan Fillion as Guy Gardner. I just didn't like that fucking Superman movie. It sucked. Yeah, CJ says, I've seen most of Samara Weaving's movies. It wasn't her fault. It was the script. Yeah, it was absolutely the script. Yeah, it was just the shitty dialogue. Everything in that movie was flat. It was very flat. Yeah. It's like in Batman and Robin, right? With this movie right here, I always come back around to Batman and Robin. When Alicia Silverstone's Batgirl standing there and they all kind of walk up and they have their first little meeting of the trio, the Bat family. And she's like, it's me, Barbara. And you're like, oh, it's terrible. But when you watch Alicia Silverstone in like Clueless, she fucking kills it. But Batman and Robin is just bad. Alan Ritchson as Duke or Rock and Roll. I think he's too big. Maybe that's just petty on my part, but that dude is too much of a brick shit house. You know who Alan Ritchson could be? Mercer. He could be fucking Mercer, man. He's gigantic. Yeah, like freakishly fucking huge. Alan Ritchson, like 10 years ago, and some of his older roles, I could see him as Rock and Roll, but he would have to grow his hair out, you know. Green Frog says self-perpetuation, I believe, making the most popular figures, making them even more popular by default. Agreed. But the thing is, every intellectual property has one. Star Wars is arguably Darth Vader, right? Marvel is arguably Wolverine. G.I. Joe, Snake Eyes, so on and so forth. Snake Eyes has fallen into that Wolverine trap where it's like, Hey, kids, here's more Wolverine. Oh, hey, look, there's Snake Eyes. Remember Snake Eyes? And all these dumb fucks that ever write Snake Eyes, all they know is black suit, visor, ninja sword. That's all they know. They don't know fuck all about Snake Eyes. And that's why they destroy these characters. You know, at least with Wolverine, you know, Hugh Jackman, he's got enough pull and he kind of knows what's going on. And another interesting thing about that correlation between Wolverine and Snake Eyes, this movie didn't learn a fucking thing from that Wolverine X-Men Origins movie because it's the exact same thing. The Wolverine X-Men Origin ruined Gambit, totally ruined Deadpool. Just a fucking joke of a movie. This movie was the exact same thing. And yeah, I don't know, man. Dude, if we're doing Shipwreck, we got to have Polly. Do you? Do you, though? I mean, I wouldn't mind seeing a blink and you miss it shot of like his fucking parrot, but you don't need that bullshit where it's always cracking stupid jokes on his shoulder. No. Tom Miller, what's up, brother? Greetings from the mitten. Thank you for being here, my friend. Yeah, okay, I'll get behind that. If Shipwreck's in the movie, he has to be based on the Devil's Due version. I get behind that. We've all said it before. She's strangely attractive. I love the shut up girl. Right? Come on, man. She's got that weird sexy thing going on. She just does. It's that mouth, boy. You guys know. Elliot Page is Duke. Why don't we make Elliot Page Tunnel Rat? Because Tunnel Rat was little, right? We'll make Elliot Page Tunnel Rat, and it's a she. We'll go into like a tunnel or a cave, and then you never fucking see her again. How about that? I'd get behind that. Yeah. Steven says, I'm an old guy who loves OG Joe. From what I saw and heard, could never watch that snake. Bro, it's so bad. It is so bad. Horribly bad. Like laughably disgusting. Daniel Collins, what's up with the Recondo? I just watched this movie a couple months ago. I didn't hate it, but shouldn't have been called a Joe movie. Totally agreed. I've jokingly made the argument for years that they should have called it An American Ninja in Tokyo and just not had Snake Eyes in it. It probably would have made more money. George Aiken, what's up? Good to see you all the way from the UK. I was talking earlier at the beginning of the stream about in Lyfield, England, how another church was just mysteriously burned to the ground. And you know what that is, kids? We all know what that is.
That's that bullshit!
Yep. Yeah. Good to see you, George. Thanks for being here. Ooh. I know it's far-fetched. I could honestly see, pardon me, Liam Neeson playing Zartan. I mean, he basically already played him in 1990 Darkman. Truth a fucking bear! Yeah. That's a good movie. That's Sam Raimi, right? Didn't Sam Raimi do Darkman? Yeah. Carlos is asking, could a Ninja Force movie be done with any respectability? Maybe if they went and found the dude who made Ninja Assassin. I don't know, maybe. You know? What about Shia LaBeouf? I don't know, man. But then you get in that weird territory, like, especially if they want to supposedly, maybe, possibly stand by, tie in Transformers and Joe. Sam Witwicky is way too well known. Now, Shia LaBeouf was the fucking shit in Fury, though. When the guy's on it, he's on it. But when he's not, he is a fucking fruitcake. Gun Bunny, what's up, man? Good to see you. Thank you for being here. CJ says, I hate so many actors, it's hard for me to cast. I can't even say Alan Richson. Now he is a douche. Oh, yeah, but again, that's the thing. the higher your star rises in leftist Hollywood, the more you have to spew the leftist fucking talking points, right? You got to get on board with the message and the agenda. Look at Rachel Zegler. Now look at Alan Ritchson. On and on and on. No. Will Ferrell as Crystal Ball and Kenan Thompson as the fridge. I'll see myself out. Yeah, get the fuck out of here, dude. Beat it, boy. Jason Statham is Beachhead, but then you'd never see his face. That's the only thing. You'd never see his face. Yeah. Daniel loves the Energon. Oh man, I freaking love Energon. This Saturday we're doing episode 5 of Energon War Room, talking about Mask, aka Misk. Toy Odyssey. Snake Eyes is easily the most overrated Joe character. Damn straight. Overused. G.I. Jesus. Yeah, Snake Eyes is completely fucking overused, overrated. Ooby Dooby says, when I was a kid, Captain Gridiron always died in a humiliating fashion. Womp womp. There you go. Here is a very long shot. What about WWE female wrestler Becky Lynch as Scarlett? You know what? Let's pause X. Let's pause X on that. Let's finish this, and then I'm going to look her up. Oh yeah! Wow, Snake Eyes, go Snake Eyes, go! Henry Golding sucked as Snake Eyes. And she's masquerading as a flight attendant. I liked Andrew Koji's sword work, like I said earlier. Get your tickets now for this piece of shit. It didn't even make $40 fucking million. You gotta go. You gotta go. What's her name? Becky Lynch? Oh, I don't know, kids. What do you think? Let's see. Let's go to images. Can she? Okay. I know that wrestling is fake, so I was going to ask, can she act? Trying to look at better images of her. I don't know, everybody in the chat. What do you guys think? Becky Lynch, WWE as Scarlett. I mean, she's pretty enough. I don't know. Maybe? I'd get down with that. Sure. I mean, whatever, right? Who knows? Who knows? I don't know. I know nothing. I know nothing. I got to add this to the screen because, yeah, let me add that. I just won't bring it up yet. Tons of wrestlers could play Joes in the movie. Yeah, I don't disagree with that at all. Brandon T. Sanders says, never watched this movie. Didn't even get the classified figures from it either. Just skipped it and hoped someone would reboot it correctly. Please, McBride, right? Please. Well, I've seen the movie 3 times. The third time was just last night because I knew we were going to talk about it for the 5-year anniversary of that piece of shit. Might as well refresh my memory. So. The guy who played Billy in Predator would have been a great spirit. Sonny, I forget his last name. Sonny something. Yep. Green Frog says Jake Johnson is widely regarded by fan community as the ideal choice to play Shipwreck, capturing the character's signature scoundrel charm, rough edges, and comedic swagger. Other popular fan castings include John Bernthal or Carl Urban. I fucking hate John Bernthal. I really do. Let Snarky J play the Baroness. Does anybody get that reference aside from me and Kenzo? Does anybody know who Snarky J is? Isn't she like fucking 5'2" though? Snarky J. I'd watch it. That's for fucking sure. But nah, gun ruined, lanterns. It's over. Screwed, destroyed. Forget it. It's too late. Yeah. Word on the street is that once that Skydance Paramount Warner Brothers merger actually like finalizes, Man of Tomorrow is the end of Gunn's DCU, and they're going to go back to just standalone movies. No more like forcing a fucking cinematic universe thing. Just, yeah. But, you know, the rumors, and you guys know how rumors are, right? Sometimes they're true and they're intentional because they want to get the pulse of how people feel about it, is that Ben Affleck would be brought in to direct, not necessarily star in, but direct his standalone Batman movie that he never got to make. Speaking of Guy Gardner chat, are you planning on watching Lanterns? I don't think so. I really don't. Yeah, it just looks like shit. Yeah. There it is. Suit me up, Uncle Alfred. I threw up in my mouth. Guys, it's me. It's Barbara. Shut the fuck up. Make Snake Eyes a commando again, says Jim Largo. Yeah, I mean, he was always a commando until his Ninja Force figure. His file card never said ninja until Ninja Force. Mm-hmm. Absolutely. Milt Connor says, Polly is the reason Zakanan hates Shipwreck because Polly eats crackers. Oh, I fucking love racial jokes. It's fucking terrible. Son of GTO, I 100% agree with Terry Cruz's Roadblock. Always did. Absolutely. Plus, not only does he have the size and he's bald already, but remember his cheeseburger, Eddie? I got the fries that'll make you cry. Fuck yeah. Get Terry Crews from the Expendables. Right? Just like his badass fucking military version. Throw a little cheeseburger Eddie swagger in there. Fuck, he's the perfect Roadblock. He is perfect. Ellen Page as Tono Rat, please let everybody know it's based off of Larry Hama. Yeah, but Hama's all about the fucking message and the agenda. He would say that it was like Stunning and Brave and shit, right? Yeah. Elliot Page in an Ellen Page movie sequel would be outstanding. I never cared for that actor anyway, no matter what. What have you got against Nicolas Cage? I fucking love Nicolas Cage. I've always loved Nicolas Cage. In fact, a massive weight of unbearable talent, or whatever it is, unbearable weight of massive talent, whatever that fucking movie is like one of the only things I can stand. Pedro Pascal and come here. She won't. Odie almost came to say hi to all of you, and then she said, "No, I fucking hate these people." So, sorry, my bad. Carl Urban, who would you cast? Would you cast him as Destro? He would be a good Destro. I would say Gerard Butler as Destro. Personally. I mean, he's already Scottish. Isn't he Scottish, right? I would say Gerard Butler. No. Jay Vincent, what's up, dude? How's it going today? It's going fantastic. Thank you for being here. Just a little better already. Bear 11 Charlie, what's up, my dude? Rolling in late with punch and pie. You're a fucking infantry man. You know better, right? Right place, right time, right uniform. To be early is to be on time. You fucked that up. And this is mandatory fun day. Payday activities. You screwed it up. Question on this new movie. Do you think the Crimson Twins? I don't think so. But again, you got to keep it smaller, right? If you're fixing G.I. Joe, which is why we're talking about this, it specifically relates to the failure of the fucking Snake Eyes, a G.I. Joe Origins with barely any G.I. Joe movie. They have a long road ahead to fix G.I. Joe in any live action capacity. And I honestly think that, Danny McBride being a lifelong fan, still having some of his childhood Joes, he's probably one of the few people related to Hollywood who at least has the name recognition to be able to do it. And like I said, I tagged him and he liked it. I said, you got to keep Lorenzo Di Bonaventura as far away from this as you can. In one of the announcements, it was like, I don't know, one of those comic book news or whatever .net Instagram posts. And yeah, I fucking tagged him on it. Not like he has a choice, I'm sure, but man. Boyd Holbrook as Duke, Scott Eastwood as Flint. I like Scott Eastwood as Snake Eyes. He doesn't really have to talk that much, even though I think Scott Eastwood's a good actor. But he very much screams that, old long-range reconnaissance, fucked up face Snake Eyes. Crystal Clear says, I feel horrible for the cars that were wrecked in the making of the Snake Eyes movie. Yeah, poor cars. Chad, I agree with that Top Gun Maverick dude for Duke. Yeah, Glenn Powell. I like Glenn Powell. What's the saying? Yeah, get woke, go broke. That is it. Yeah. Get woke or go broke. Yeah, no, it's get woke, go broke. Yeah, absolutely. Viper Scout, what's up, my dude? Has any other movie got the main characters as wrong as they did maybe Last Jedi? If you're talking about characterization, yeah, the deconstruction and the total cuckening of Luke Skywalker. Yeah, I'd agree. Yeah, Snake Eyes it's definitely up there with The Last Jedi. As a lifelong wrestling fan, I am not opposed to Becky Lynch. She maybe could pull it off. Mother Slug needs to see some of her body. Potentially. Chucha says, meh. Jay Vincent, pass. Pokey says, seems like she can act to me. WWE just can't write. Okay. The only thing with Becky Lynch portraying Scarlett is the fact that she has a very pronounced Irish accent. I mean, she's Shauna O'Hara, right? I don't know. Yeah. Lara Croft and Jem crossover with G.I. Joe, Scissor Sister. Oh my God. Well, I mean, Lara Croft's already there. They're working really hard to make Jem as cool, and I say that with fucking air quotes, as a Cold Slither, even though both are fucking gay. So gay. Everybody's talking about her accent. Becky was in a Star Trek series, so she's at least trying to act, but the Irish accent on Scarlett, I don't know. Yeah, I could see that. Yeah. Yep. No way on Becky Lynch. Her voice is too nasally, plus she's overrated. Son of GTO says, wouldn't be bad. What if they decided to bring in Sergeant Slaughter's character? I think that a Sergeant Slaughter cameo, just like Dolph Lundgren getting a cameo in the Masters of the Universe movie, I think it makes perfect sense, and it absolutely should happen. Same thing as Dirk Benedict. He had a cameo in the A-Team movie. So did the guy who played Murdoch, right? I think it should happen. I absolutely think it should. I think it's a respectful thing to do for Sarge. And you could literally just, I mean, like a fucking, the same length of time of the cameo that Larry Hama did in the Snake Eyes movie, where he just kind of stupidly walks through Tokyo with his clear umbrella. But Yeah, I would 100% do Sergeant Slaughter in a Joe movie. Yep. Just have him walk in and, say one of his Sergeant Slaughter lines. They wouldn't even have to script it. It'd be like Sergeant Slaughter enters and says some Sergeant Slaughter shit. He just comes in and he goes, "Hey, listen up, Joes." Or maybe, right? I mean, since we're all just fucking getting sweaty about it when that third act, when it's all that fucking attack on Springfield, maybe he gives his, "Either we all go home or no one goes home." Just gives that line. And everybody would be like, I get it. I get the reference. I understood that line. Gina Carano is Lady J. No. Gina Carano is too much of a scrapper for Lady J. I really hope these quote unquote rumors about Yua Bull putting her in the Citizen Vigilante sequel are true. Because if all the fucking commies and the cancel pigs freaked out about Citizen Vigilante as much as they did, could you all imagine the fucking internet meltdowns of epic proportions if she was in a fucking sequel to Citizen Vigilante? I'd love it. Is that who I think it is? Is that the adult film star? No. No. 100% no. Thomas Miller said, "Damn, brother, watching that once was torture. Can't even think of watching that movie more than once." I did. Yeah, 3 times. Zacane, well, I know you know who Snarky J is, but I don't know if anybody else knows who Snarky J is. Yeah. Carla says, "It's already been 5 years. I can still find Akiko figures in stores." Womp womp. Yeah. 5 years. Last Thursday. Last Thursday was the 5th anniversary. I couldn't start Mandatory Fun last week, because of work-life balance stuff, right? Family always comes first. So we did it this Thursday. Mm-hmm. It'd be cool with Snarky J being cast in McBride's G.I. Joe movie. I mean, can she act? Stuff Elliot Page in Tunnel Rat's enormous backpack. Just, I don't know. Curious, what's the poll at? I don't know. Let's go look. I'm going to have to pull up YouTube now because I already closed it. James Gunn shuts down DCU Batman casting rumors again, according to MSN. Who the fuck would listen to MSN for anything? Not me. Spider-Man. Everybody's talking about this new Spider-Man movie. Let's see what the poll's at, kids. I'm going to end the poll. So if you haven't voted in it, I'm going to give you like 60 seconds to vote in the poll. Those of you who may have popped in and not voted, if you choose to. Raymond says, "I personally see a bunch of older actors that fit Joe casting perfectly, but is age an issue?" I think it depends on the character or the actor. Like, how good is the actor? Because Terry Crews is just too perfect for Roadblock, and the guy's in amazing shape. Yeah, exactly. The nice thing about Terry Crews, that he never ages, so even in 10 years, he could still play Roadblock. Yeah, he should definitely be fucking Roadblock. What about Idris Elba as Heavy Duty? If it was Idris Elba around the time of The Losers, he should have been Stalker. No. Gold Dust as Jaundice Mr. Clean. Yeah. Terry Crews should have been Jon Stewart. I'd be down with him as John. The guy that they had cast as Jon Stewart in Zack Snyder's Justice League before he changed it to Martian Manhunter, that guy looked fucking awesome as Jon Stewart. Gerard Butler's an awesome show. Oh, Carl Blood is Major. We'll edit that out. Carl Urban would be a fucking fantastic Major Blood. 100% agreed. Even though he's not Australian, somebody will cry about that. Nah. But damn, dude. You give him that William Butcher energy? Absolutely. Yeah, Butler is from Scotland. He's from, is that Paisley? Sorry, I don't know. PB, what's up, brother? It's good to see you, man. Thank you for being here. This is a long shot. How about Drew McIntyre as Destro? Also, sorry, I'm a Drew fan. I don't know who Drew McIntyre is. I don't know. Let's end this poll. Let's see what we get. End a poll. End poll. Snake Eyes 2021. Here are the results of the mandatory fun poll for today. 38% hated it. 38% didn't watch it. 20% said it was okay, and 4% liked it with 109 votes. That's good. That's a lot of votes. Okay, so it's tied between hated it and didn't watch it. I watched it 3 times. I still fucking hated it. Absolutely. Yeah, Cheeseburger Eddie was Roadblock. I'm just saying, you know, if you gave him the, what was it? Hail Caesar, right? Give him the Hail Caesar with some Cheeseburger Eddie. Just saying. Put some Cheeseburger Eddie stank on that. Daniel Collins says, keep it simple, right? Yeah, the KISS method. KISS method. Keep it simple, stupid. Focus on the 82 characters. I'd be down with that. Who is the black dude sitting on the bed? No, nobody needs that fucking dude as Roadblock. I think Jai Courtney as Major Blood would also work. Yeah. I could see that. Yeah, even his boomerang, especially at the end of the first one, when he's screaming to be let out of his cell. I think Jai Courtney would work. Carla Urban or Jai Courtney would be good. What vehicles do you think would show up in a film? Or which ones would be right for the time period? I mean, if it's an 80s period piece, just M70 main battle tank, which is what the Mobat's based on, you would just have to, you know, church it up with the future forward shit. And yeah, I mean, just create some fucking fiberglass Lamborghini Cheetah or Vamp bodies. Yeah. That's what I would say. Keep it simple. It should definitely be kept simple. The Hiss, Vamp, Mobat, maybe. Sky Strikers, Dragonflies. Keep it simple, right? Too easy. Or the dude who played Kano in the Mortal Kombat movies. Yeah. Hey, Pennywise, I've been looking all over this fucking place for you. He was good. He's so good. Yeah, the guy who played Kano. Absolutely. Carlos says, make a good covert ops movie first. Agreed. Strip it down. And that's the thing about that War Machine movie with Alan Ritson. Speaking of Alan Ritson, I mean, you could, you know, red line just a couple of aspects of that movie, and that's literally Duke and the Decepticons from Energon. I firmly believe where there's a will, there's a way. Sergeant Slaughter should have a cameo at the Springfield comic shop signing wrestling posters. No, if you're going to have Sarge in there, you got to make him the Joe version. Gary Oldman would have been perfect for Cobra Commander 10 years ago. What if he yells like he does in The Professional? Everyone! I can see Hollywood making Sergeant Slaughter as a CG younger version with actual Sarge doing the voice. Yeah, I could see that. Slaughter can run the CIF. He can run the Central Issue facility at Fort Wadsworth. You didn't clean this LBE, soldier? Go clean it. Bring it back. Sergeant Slaughter training day montage whipping the new Joes into shape. Oh. Okay, wrong girl. I'm sorry. Gotcha. 100%. I DM'd you a photo of her. Gotcha. Appreciate it. I thought we were talking about the girl. You guys know what I mean, right? You know who I'm talking about? That one? Oh, yeah. Mm-hmm. Don Johnson would be cool as Hawk or Falcon. Well, I mean, it would be the perfect throwback. He was the voice of Lieutenant Falcon, gold-plated goof off. I love Rhea Ripley, but I'd rather her be Zorana. James Lucas says, I think it would be smart to start out with the OG 82 guys for a movie. Or with Snake Eyes, as you were, Storm Shadow, Snake Eyes, Stalker in a war setting. I think that would make a good, like a second film, honestly. Expand it with like a second movie, kind of like the Batman Begins, Dark Knight. Don't bring that shit into like the second one. Have your flashbacks to like wherever, Iraq, Afghanistan, go fuckistan, just whatever. One of those fictional Joe countries too. Those work. Yeah. Sho Kosugi is Hardmaster. I would fucking get down with that. Well, Snarky just knows how to keep her YouTube channel entertaining. You want to see the best Supergirl movie review? Yeah, dude. Hers is good. She tears it apart comically. She also has huge tracts of land. Yeah, she definitely keeps people looking at the screen. If you know, you know. Yeah. Don Johnson's cameo as a retired Joe making snarky comments about the new kids would be gold. I'd agree. Yeah, I'd 100% agree with that. 49er Brian, what is up, my friend? It's good to see you. Thank you for being here. We're all just hanging out, chatting it up. The mam's out of town. She's at Tahoe, California, riding jet skis and shit. Robert Downey Jr. as Lincoln Osiris, a stalker. I think we can all get on board with that, even though people would lose their shit. Well, we can at least all agree James Gunn pick for Jon Stewart is terrible. Too pretty boy. His pick for Hal Jordan is fucking pathetic. He looks like an old fucking sterno bum. Like he's all fucked up and he's got the rum fits. Yep. Jim Largo says, if you're going to keep doing polls, it's only fair you get a pole dancing asset to go. No. CJ says, Henry Cavill is Flint. I'm done. This is my high note. That dude's a brick shit house. He's another guy that's really huge. I personally, this is just me. Sometimes I can't remove my real world knowledge and, operational understanding of things to the point where I see these massive fucking hunks of dude playing combat arms service members. That's not a fucking thing, right? This whole like get super big and roided out swole. No. The bigger you are, the slower you move. Like most combat arms guys are like lean. They're not massive dudes. Roadblock makes sense, right? Because just the open bolt weapon system that he's lugging around effortlessly. But too many brick shithouse actors, nah, I can't get behind it. It's like when a grenade explodes and there's a massive fireball, and I'm like, checking out, done. Mel Brooks as the Viper, as the Window Viper? Is that what you meant? Don Johnson as an older Chuckle CIA spook type character. What about Don Johnson as a retired Falcon? Maybe he's like a major. I don't know. Yeah. Hey, Chad, can you point out Go Fuckistan on a map? Yeah. Every country I've ever been to in the Middle East. Yes, Chad. We know Jay has the Cuban girl blessing. Most Cuban women do. God bless them. But we are old enough to be her father. I agree with everything you just said. To add to that, I don't like watch Snarky Jay. I mean, I see her from time to time, but I don't watch her stuff. Samuel L. Jackson as Stalker. Jesus H. As what? 3 times over retired Stalker? Samuel L. Jackson's like older than fucking dirt now. What if it was like old school, like Black Snake Moan Samuel L. Jackson with that fucking stare that he did? Who would your boy Affleck play if he was a Joe? General Flag. Right? Affleck's about what, 60? Late 50s, 60? You know. He was the bomb in Phantoms, yo. That's what I heard. I said Cavill because he isn't a douche. That's true. Yeah, Henry Cavill is a fan's fan, 100%. And he's been fucked over by, again, these fucking activist writers that don't know shit, right? They just wanted to turn The Witcher into the fucking Cirilla show and everything else that Henry Cavill gets into that he's passionate about. They just fuck him over. Did I just see a video clip of Chad looking at Ninja Turtles? Uh-huh. Yep. You sure did. Are you talking about the reel on Instagram? Yeah. I don't think Chris Pratt should be overlooked for Duke. Exhibit A, terminal list. I do not disagree. I do not disagree at all. Chris Pratt is a fucking great actor. And he needs more love because he's a based Christian dude who doesn't put up with the Hollywood bullshit, and he believes in the nuclear family. I think that people like that need more support. Titan says Snarky J is good. Not only is she hot, but very insightful for her age and definitely does her research. Oh, damn it. Oh, man. That's a total gotcha bitch moment. Okay. First, I owe you this. And second, I'm going to give you this.
You need to shut the up. That's what I do if I had no army. I would up. Shut the
Thank you, the Titan. Yeah, that one got me the worst. Yep. She is very, very level-headed and based for her age. I will 100% agree with that. Absolutely. Tahoe is too 80s yuppie for the ma'am. No extreme sports. I'm disillusioned. Oh, she's there with her parents, you know. Ben Affleck's 53. Fuck, he's only a year older than me. Wow. I mean, because I'm about to hit 52 in like a fucking hot minute. There we go. Dave Chappelle is Cool Breeze. Seems like somebody in this room be selling out. He's so good in Undercover Brother. I need that clip where Undercover Brother says, hey, Conspiracy Brother, could you give me a list of all the things that set you off? I need that. I need that clip. I need a couple clips from that movie. That'll be my research for today. Because Jeffy can't play Helldivers. I agree with a lot of Snarky Jay's takes on Disney, MCU, DCU, etc. I think a lot of us do. Yeah. This is kind of a good one right here. Who could you see as Cobra Commander voice-wise and physically playing the character? Well, physically playing the character, I don't think it matters at all, right? He needs to be behind the mirrored visor and maybe, God forbid, the fucking hood. Yeah. I don't know. I really don't know. I don't think it honestly matters that much. And what kind of Cobra Commander are we going for? Because if we go for the resolute Cobra Commander, you got to have somebody with that like calculating evil kind of megalomaniacal presence. What I don't want to see is the Chris Latta bumbling fucking idiot. I don't want to see that Cobra Commander. I don't care if he has like that weird hiss lisp. I'm cool with that. You're leaning into the fucking snake theme. But I don't want to see, you know, the Chris Latta shit. I just don't. So, I don't know. Darth Gutierrez, I don't see the hype on Snarky J. She's not attractive for me. I prefer my woman being fit, toned, etc. There you go, dude. I 100% am on board with that last statement. I mean, if you've seen the ma'am, for those of you who have seen her in person, if you know, you know. So, yep. Hemsworth killed it. He killed it as Geralt? What? You are the only person I know who liked Hemsworth as Geralt. Did you like Liam Hemsworth over Henry Cavill? Because if you did, I mean, that's cool. I'm not going to fucking lose my shit about it. But seems like Leto could be another good actor covering his face for the whole movie. Look, kids, Jared Leto fucking nailed it as Skeletor. Nailed it. And I know everybody waited with bated breath to see the reveal of Skeletor. Like, is it going to be like a Frank Langella thing? Which Langella was awesome. I just mean like the application. I love Jared Leto as Skeletor, even when he would get like his, and ooh, does it feel good? Like you could see the Jared Leto in Skeletor, but you didn't hear Jared Leto. And I really appreciated that. He had his mannerisms, like his nonverbal ways of communicating. I fucking love Jared Leto. I don't know if this is a joke or if you're drunk. Jim Carrey as Dr. Mindbender. I do not need fucking Dr. Mindbender. I will take Dr. Venom all day, but I do not want Mindbender. No. Especially not in like a, we're trying to right the ship kind of a first movie. And please don't do him the way they fucking did him dirty in Rise of Cobra, where he's just some weird dude in a fucking bunker. Yeah. And nobody got time for that. Mother Slug says, I know one thing the movie better have. You better. The G.I. Joe song. Look. It's funny that you say that, Mother Slug. In fact, dude, you always bust out the gold. I gotta say, you do. When I was watching that fucking movie again last night, when it starts and the stars over the water and then they kind of swirl over the mountain for the Paramount thing, in my mind I was hearing dun 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 dun, and I was like, how fucking cool would that be? How cool would that be if they had like a huge resounding orchestral like remake of even the original like Sunbow theme or the 87 movie theme, and it was just like powerful, like sweeping powerful, like that Call of Duty World at War music, which, hey, again, tomorrow we're talking about the downfall of Call of Duty, which will also bring into conversation the downfall of gaming in general. That's one thing, going back to the Masters of the Universe movie and what Kenzo was saying. The usage of the Filmation Masters of the Universe theme in that movie, it was done beautifully. Every time they used it, where they used it, that's what they need to do with a Joe movie, for sure. 100%. Just fucking do it. So that's a hard negative on Cobra Law. I don't want Cobra Law. Okay, is Henry Can Henry Cavill do a good Scottish accent? And will we find out with Highlander? He could do Destro. Chris Pratt is great. I'm good for anything he does except Mario and Garfield. You didn't like Chris Pratt as the voice of Mario? I didn't really hear Chris Pratt, so I don't. It didn't like take me out of the movie. Isn't Henry Cavill Welsh? I want to say he's Welsh. I don't fucking know. I'm just saying, just cut Gerard Butler loose. Let him be Destro. Because he still has that physicality. He still has that presence of, people still see him as, Leonidas of Sparta. They still see him as his character from Law Abiding Citizen. What was that movie he did where he was the detective and he was just like kind of corrupt? Freaking awesome. About the bank robbers. That movie was good. Are there any Palatoy Action Force characters you'd cameo in a Joe film? Definitely Quarrel. Yeah. I could easily see like Captain Skip, Quarrel. 100%. I think Danny McBride will do the property justice. I agree. I really think he will. He's a fucking good actor. I mean, I know a lot of people think that he's just like way too slapstick and stuff, but the dude's got range. In the serious moments in The Righteous Gemstones, I mean, aside from like, the big Southern preacher pompadour and the fucking mutton chops, like he can turn on some range. And I would at least like to see him cameo as Clutch. So, yeah. I should make that and see if it improves it. Yeah, I could do that. But it would literally just be like the Paramount logo intro. Steven says, I hate Mindbender, but found it funny. I think of Dr. Robotnik, yeah, from Sonic. Yeah. Andy Serkis as Cobra Commander isn't a bad thought. I understand he's not liked because of Lord of the Rings Gollum. I thought he was great as, Gollum, but also as Smeagol. I didn't like him as fucking Alfred Pennyworth. God, he was a terrible fucking choice for Alfred Pennyworth. I don't know. Is Andy Serkis Afrikaans? Is that what his accent is? I don't know. He's got that weird mush mouth shit going on. So, and would his weird accent come through as Cobra Commander? I like my Cobra Commander as an American because it, yeah, you know what I'm saying. I could see a Scarlet and Quarrel scene. Bitch stole my look. Yeah. Then you got to get Glenda in there too. And they could do the Spider-Man thing where they're all pointing at each other. Huh? Yes, Den of Thieves. Thank you, Jay Vincent. That's a fucking good movie. When he's talking to that detective and he's like, what is that, like a dramatic pause? Yeah, he's so good in Den of Thieves. The sequel was okay, but the first Den of Thieves is brutal. That is a dirty, savage movie. Watching Hemsworth, I heard the Geralt I heard whilst Xboxing. Watching Cavill, I heard Cavill. Fuck. Okay, I can get behind that. See? We can all have different opinions and still have a good time. That's the stuff that you got to celebrate. Different opinions. They should be celebrated. Skydro Walker. Do you think the guy writing G.I. Joe understands how to make G.I. Joe something kids will like? Good point. Because the He-Man movie didn't do so well with young people. But all those, pause for dramatic effect. What are we hoping for a great G.I. Joe movie for old people or something to get young people excited about Joe? I want to walk into a store and buy a G.I. Joe blanket. That's what I'm talking about right there. That's where the strength of any intellectual property lies. Blankets, sheets, pillowcases, lunch boxes, go down the party aisle. If you think your intellectual property is king shit on Turd Hill and it's not on the party aisle, it's not. Pardon me. I think it should be something that should strive to speak to everybody. I want to see some throwbacks to like us old school Joe fans. But yeah, it needs to be something that kids want to watch. So just that statement alone, you know, it can't be that gratuitous in its action violence. So Chad, to answer your question, I saw your other comment that I skipped, if you know what I'm saying. I didn't hate Pratt as Mario, but I would have used Danny DeVito more so because Charlie Day is Luigi and those two are gold together. And Always Sunny, yeah, I could see that. McBride, I only saw in one bad movie, Land of the Lost, and that was Will Ferrell's fault. Viggo Mortensen is Dusty. When's the last time any of you watched History of Violence? Or Eastern Promises? That's a fucked up movie. Oh. Hendo, what's up, brother? Forgive me for being AWOL. No forgiveness necessary. At least you're here now. Thank you. CJ says Chris Pratt should be Clutch. Do you think that Clutch would be that much of a main character to be Chris Pratt? He's pretty much the C team, man. I don't know. He's just a vehicle driver. That's why I said McBride would be a great Clutch cameo. But hey, I mean, all opinions are welcome. He should be more of a character. The dude is like Han Solo when he gets in the vamp. The man can outdrive anyone. Okay. I can see that argument, yeah. Who the hell is this, Black Spearhead? Tom Middle Ditch? What the fuck is a Middle Ditch? I don't know who that is. I have no idea who that is. Should I look it up? Is that a real person? You're going to have me look up some weird shit, huh? Is anyone interested in this Wonder Man bullshit? You can hear me typing. That guy? Guy looks like a fucking nerd. Thomas Stephen Middleditch is a Canadian actor, comedian, and screenwriter. He was in Silicon Valley. I don't know. He looks like too much of a puss. I don't know. That dude looks like a puss to me. So don't say violent, call it action. Kids love action. Dennis Leary and Small Soldiers. No, that's true. Okay. Yeah, that's a good quote. You'd have to get kids excited about patriotism before they'll get excited about Joe. Hey, look, the new generation, the kids are back. I'm just saying, like, we're done with the iPad generation of kids. Like, I see tons of videos of kids jumping bikes off of fucking ditches and jumping off roofs again. And I think the kids are back. So the Titan says, I find it funny and a little sad in how just joking around for the last 3+ hours, you've come up with a better idea for a G.I. Joe than Hollywood has to date. That would be all of us. All of us. Lee Pace. Let me look him up. Let me look that fool up. The name's familiar, but I got to see him. He's an American actor. Pushing Daisies. Oh, yeah, he was in The Hobbit. Oh, he was fucking Ronan the Accuser, right? Wasn't he Ronan? He was Ronan. I get down with that. I'm still saying Gerard Butler. Who in the blue hell is that guy? He's Ronan the Accuser. Guardians of the Galaxy, Lee Pace. Yeah, at first when I pulled it up, it's just showing pictures of him and like, you know, headshots and tuxedos and all that stuff. And yeah, I had to scroll down. Lee Griner Pace. That's a cool middle name. Yeah, scroll down a little bit, and there's a bunch of autographed pictures of him as Ronan the Accuser. Yeah. Well, here, I'll pull this image up, and I'll share it. Here, let's see. Let me share this for anybody who doesn't know what he looks like. But this is what he looks like right here. That's Lee Pace right there. That's what he looks like now. But, I mean, I'm not like against it. I'm sorry. I'm too stuck on Gerard Butler. So that's just me. I mean, the Scottish accent that's his native accent. So Mother Slug says today's generation of kids already made up their minds on toys out nowadays. They look at other things besides toys. There are no cartoons to push them into the line. Not knowing anything about a toy doesn't sell. True. But I don't think that's this massive like umbrella type statement. I think a lot of that comes down to parents. I mean, my daughter's from that quote unquote iPad kid generation. She fucking collects. She loves toys. She still loves toys. So she's got tons. So I think it just depends. I think I passed out in a middle ditch partying with NCOs from Camp Lejeune. Womp womp. Yep. Sadly, most of the original 13 are seen as C-Team except for Scarlet and Snake Eyes. Yeah, even Hawk until they made him the older version with the bomber jacket. Yeah, when he got promoted. I don't disagree with that. I don't disagree with that statement. I think nowadays some people would see Flash and they'd be like, okay, or Zap, okay. Yeah. When Joe got a lot more sci-fi about it is when they really took off. Most people, their memories of G.I. Joe are squarely like that season 2, 1985, 86 kind of lineup of Joes. The Conquest, the Stun, Serpentor, Mindbender, Dial Tone, Flint, Lady J. Gotcha. Yeah, 100%. Hendo says Lee Pace is dope. He's been saving that terrible Foundation show on Apple TV. Cool. I dig it. The guy from 13 Hours who plays Jack Ryan, the dude from The Office who went from being the fucking nerd in The Office to being like a badass. What's his name? What's his name? Somebody tell me. What's his name? Look up his scene as Empire in Foundation. Man has presence. Cool. If Gerard Butler can do a Scottish, he has a Scottish accent. He's Scottish. He just does a really good American accent. Yeah, Gerard Butler, Scottish. Tom, thank you for being here, my friend. I'm good as long as we get stashed out rock vipers. Have a good one. We'll catch the rest on replay. Thank you very much, my friend. I have a problem with Adrian Brody. I don't know why. He creeps me out. He's just weird. Fucking weird. I don't like looking at him. As harsh as that may sound. I don't like him. Tom Sasha as Zartan. He played Joaquin Hajar in Game of Thrones. Oh, he played the Faceless Man. A man has no name. Is that who you're talking about? Yeah, Jack and Hajar. Okay. I'm good with that. Yeah. Commander Wolf. My kids are 23 and 20 and have massive collections. See? Exactly. Our daughter's almost 20. Massive fucking. She has, tons of toys. Toys, statues, collectibles. She even collects those Fugler things with the weird fucking teeth. Yeah. John Krasinski. Thank you, gentlemen. Yeah. He was a good Reed Richards. They fucking wasted him as Reed Richards. Yeah. Yeah, John Krasinski. He would be fucking awesome as a Joe. I'd get down with John Krasinski. I'd get down with John Krasinski.
I don't know, man. Seems kind of gay to me.
That was a little gay. Yeah, he should still be playing Reed Richards. Ladies and gentlemen, producer Scott, good to see you, my friend. Thank you for being here. Yeah, Krasinski's fucking awesome. Yeah. Same with Adrian Brody, but his World War II movie, The Pianist, is still great. Pianist. Yeah, I'm just, I don't know. Do you guys remember that M. Night Shyamalan movie, The Village? It was supposed to be about the big bad wolf, and then he pulled that M. Night Shyamalan bullshit twice in the same movie. Adrian Brody was creepy as fuck in that movie. No, Milt Connors. Don't ever say something stupid like that again. Just kidding. Yeah, Jay Vincent. That's my kid's jam too. Monster High. Big time. Yep. Got into the ground floor. Fucking has tons of it. Hendo says my youngest has so many fugglers and not just her boyfriend. Oh. Yeesh. Bro, I just got 2 of those Fugler nuggets. They're so stupid, but I had to get them. You know, I was actually looking at them today at Target when I was trying to find those Metal Gear Solid CD case little play sets. Couldn't find them. Yep. The Village was cool the first time watching it. Oh, when I saw The Village and the whole Big Bad Wolf thing, and you see the bullshit suit hanging in that shed or whatever, and I was like, I fucking knew it. I turned to the female at the time that I was watching the movie with, and I said it nice and loud. I was like, I fucking knew it. When she jumps the fence, I was like, that's it. I'm leaving. And I got up and I left. I fucking left. I came back like 10 minutes later after I calmed down. This is when I still smoked. So I went outside and smoked. Came back inside. And then as we're leaving the theater, it was me, my girlfriend at the time, her friend, and her friend's boyfriend. And we're leaving the theater, and she's like, wait for it. Wait for it. I hear her telling her friends, wait for it. And there was a line of people waiting to see it. And I was like, fuck that movie. Don't waste your fucking time watching this piece of shit. Yeah, I was not happy. Walton Goggins' Wild Bill. That was brought up like 40 times throughout this conversation. No. Sci-Fi Swamp Man says, my kids are 30, 26, 16, and 14, all have toy collections, and it was heartening to see so many children at DFW and Joe Fest. Boom. It's not the kids. It's us. That's what it boils down to. That's it. What are you instilling into your children? A love of, adventure and play and comics and toys, or where the fuck is it? I don't even know where it is. Or this shit. Like what are you instilling into your kids? That's what it boils down to. It's not the kids. The only thing that kids, I don't want to say are guilty of, but the only thing when it comes to kids and toys is kids have been priced out of toys. There's no more like, oh, here's $5, go buy 2 figures. Those days are long gone. And that's the company's doing it. Jim Largo says, my kid went hard on Ben 10. Gay. He got me to watch him. It's not a bad show, and the toys were fun. Yeah, agreed. They're very toyetic. Mm-hmm. Hendo says, I hate the fuck out of The Village. Dumbest twist. Two of them. 2 fucking Shyamalan gotcha moments. Like park rangers wouldn't find out about a whole damn village. Yeah. Pokey, what's up, dude? Taylor Kitsch as Flint uses his Chad Chat channel member for 26 months. Thank you, my dude. I like Taylor Kitsch. He's a fucking good actor. Yeah. I would not argue with that. Toys R Us and KB Toys are coming back strong. I heard my local shopping center is getting a large Toys R Us here. Good. And this is another thing that I talk about this every now and again. all these people, all these toy collectors and blah, 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 they bitch about the big box retailers. Big box retailers aren't toy stores. They were always just like a Band-Aid or a stopgap when you couldn't get to a KB, a Children's Palace, a Child's World, a fucking Toys R Us. Like Walmart and Target were never meant to be like your primary source for toys. And now I see all these collectors bitching about like, oh, my Walmart this, oh, my Target that, because they have no other choice. But it's the ones that hear, oh, Toys R Us is coming back, and they're like, oh, it's just going to be overpriced and they're not going to fucking have anything. Bitch, bitch, bitch. Or KB Toys, right? They're coming back too. Oh, well, they're not going to fucking have anything. But you'd rather go to the store that would rather sell you groceries and vacuum cleaners and then bitch about the fact that they don't have a lot of toys. Fucking stupid. Toy collecting is such a massive industry. We should have toy stores. I am a huge proponent of supporting mom and pop brick and mortar stores, right? Go to your local collectible stores, support them. Crystal Clear says, I need artwork of Beavis and Butthead as members of the Dreadnought. Do you, though? Ask Milt Connors. But do you? Probably not. Yeah. Here's $100. Go buy 2 figures. Unless you're in Canada. Here's $100. Go buy 1 figure. And then maybe some fucking, I don't know, a blind box Pokemon card. Commander Wolf says, I'm taking the wife and kids to Legion Con and Toy Unity. Can't wait. It's the biggest con for us to date. Yeah, because they're like adjacent to one another, right? Both happening on the same weekend. That's correct? Duarte and I were talking yesterday, and he's really leaning on me like, dude, you got to come to Toy Unity. And I was like, I don't think I'm welcome. Not by Ninja. I don't. I'm not feeling it. Yeah. Not because of Ninja, but just in general. I have to stress that because people will take that out of context. I used to get all my stuff at Clover's department store or Woolworths. Fuck yeah. Shout out to Woolworths. Yeah. Hell, $5 would get a 10-pack of the core figures in that Joe knockoff discount store line. I have a bunch of them out in the Joe room. I'm trying to remember the name of it. I have the cool little airboat with the guy who looks like he's a fucking sub to a dominatrix. I forget the name of the line. American something. Yeah. CJ says, I'm sorry, but Kurt Russell is too old to be Wild Bill. Maybe his son can do a cow. I mean, I guess if you're going to have dragonflies, you got to have a Wild Bill. Really, all he has to do is wear the mirrored aviators, the fucking, the first, cab, the air cav, fucking Stetson, and then just yell, yeehaw. That's all you need. That's really all you need. So. Who would be a good gung-ho? Nobody. Gung-ho sucks. The same person should be gung-ho in Shipwreck. Nobody. Scott Hughes says, I don't understand the toy cost thing. Inflation calculator says an 82 Joe figure should cost about $8. Yep. Even with the cost of manufacturing lower today, why is a 3 3/4 inch figure costing $25? Greed. They know people will pay it. I don't even want to say greed, because greed isn't necessarily a bad thing. It's just a way that it's applied, right? A lot of these companies are like, oh no, like it's supply and demand. They want them. We're going to charge whatever we want. That's it. Why do you think they knew they could get away charging $50 for a Spider-Man? 40 whatever dollars for a fucking retro carded classified Lara Croft? Because they know people will pay it. And the more people pay outrageous costs for shit, the more they'll just keep dialing it up. Yep. Mainline Classified's about to hit $30 here in a minute. And I just sit back and go, you guys are on fucking drugs. Commander Wolf says, yeah, right down the road from each other, less than a mile apart. Cool. Yeah. Only be a 2-minute drive from one to the other. Yeah. Does anyone else remember Van Leeuwen's? Yes. Does anyone else also remember that the name of the person who oversaw Lieutenant Ellen Ripley's hearing was named Van Leeuwen? In Aliens? Remember that? Van Leeuwen. Pokey says, I have a couple brick and mortar toy stores near me. I've always wanted to visit and sell a chunk of my collection. Yeah. I mean, that helps them too, right? Sell it, trade it. I'm taking that to my grave. He was great as Bucky. I see him doing Flint. Stanson? What are you talking about? I don't see another comment about that. You're talking about Bucky from like Winter Soldier Bucky? Milt Connors with the $5 super chat. Thank you, my dude. Says Chad as Clutch. I could do it. I could do Breaker too, because I'm always chewing gum. Analog Toys is Big Ben. How fucking rad would that be? With his little dump pouch full of fucking grenades. Yeah. No, Charlie does not surf. Neither does Haji. No. Just channel that aircraft colonel from Apocalypse Now. Charlie, don't surf. Best part of that movie. Once you get into the weird stuff in the fucking jungle temples, I'm like, no, I'm good. Browncoat says, I love you, Chad. That is the first thing you've ever said that I was appalled by. Gung Ho is my favorite show. I'm sorry. The longer anybody sticks around, the more opportunity for me to say something that somebody doesn't like. All that's just an exercise in respecting other opinions. Yeah, I don't Gung Ho. He's all right. I liked him in Resolute. I did. I liked him in Resolute. So Steven says, I remember walking down to my CVS for my Masters of the Universe original figures in the 80s and thinking, what the fuck? When I saw the price jump to $6. Pepperidge Farms remembers. Speaking of movie rumors, is the Valaverse Action Force movie stuck in pre-production hell or making progress? That is not for me to answer. I know nothing. Last classified I bought was back in January, says Mutta Slug. Only figure I want is Cesspool, and I'm already done with the line. See a lot of sentiment like that. I want X or Y character, and I'm out. Nostalgia's a glider. Right? At some point, it's going to crash. Producer Scott, but if they were greedy and smart, big corporations would make cheap figures to get more interest by kids, lower price, more interest, more sales, perpetual sales. Well, yeah, I mean that's business 101, right? Got to have the products readily available at a decent price. You'll sell more. Even that, jaundiced Mr. Clean fucking Iron Grenadier Destro and the Despoiler, if it had been $10 less, $15 less, God forbid $20 less, and you sold 500 more, you're not losing out. But when the cost gets to the point where the bottom drops out, that's when you're fucked. And that's what happened with the Despoiler. TJC, what's up, my friend, all the way from the UK? I was talking with some other people from the UK, and also with everyone in the chat about how I saw another church in the United Kingdom in Lyfield, England, mysteriously burned down last night. It's crazy, right? Gung Ho was half of my uncle's. Nice. Jim Largo says Leatherneck over Gung Ho. The thing that I appreciated with Leatherneck was the banter with him in Wetsuit. Yeah. But what I don't want to see in Danny McBride's, attempt at fixing or resurrecting G.I. Joe after the disaster that was the Snake Eyes movie that we've been talking about today. I don't want to see, oh, well, it has to have Bazooka and Alpine because of their Laurel and Hardy shit. Does it? I don't think so. I think there's a lot of stuff that McBride's Joe movie does not need. I also agree with a lot of people in the chat saying that keeping Snake Eyes and Storm Shadow out for the first movie would be a good thing. And I will even like crack that door open a little bit. If you do have Storm Shadow in it, still don't have Snake Eyes, and just have Storm Shadow like he was initially intended to be, Cobra Commander's bodyguard, right? You could have Cobra Commander berating some kind of officer, and Storm Shadow just comes up, goes back. The only time you ever see him. I don't know. I mean, there's a million things you could do that isn't like, you know, fucking Snake Eyes, the G.I. Joe Origins bullshit, Batman and Robin level writing. I always liked Alpine. There it is. I think it was the voice actor's voice. Yeah, I like Alpine, but I don't need Alpine and Bazooka and Leatherneck and Wetsuit and all the blah, 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 blah. Jackie Chan is quick kick. Can Jackie Chan even kick anymore? That man destroyed his body and he is fucking old. I don't need to see quick kick either. I really don't. I'm not saying you got to have all of the OG 13, but you do not need fucking quick kick. Yeah, Winter Soldier. Sebastian Stan, thank you. I watched Thunderbolts. Him and Russell's son are two of the best things about that movie. I love Sebastian Stan as an actor. He's a fucking awesome actor. He's got range. I mean, when you watch Winter Soldier, yeah, that dude is dangerous as shit. Oh, come on, Chad. Bazooka and Alpine are gold. I'm going to say no. I'm going to say no to that. Chad's army, of course, he doesn't like gung-ho. That's just how the animal kingdom works. That's true. That is true. I don't like army pogues who think that they're fucking God's gift to combat arms. If you know, you know. And yeah. You know, the perpetuated lie about the Marine Corps is that every Marine Corps is like some badass fucking jarhead body stacker. The entire Marine Corps infantry is like not even the size of an army brigade. It's very small. In the Army, it takes 9 support personnel to support 1 infantryman. In the Marines, it's like 15. So, but that being said, I did do at least, well, I've done several missions with the Marines. I've deployed with the Marines on numerous occasions, you know, joint operations and stuff. But I did one serious, like, no shit mission with the Marine Raiders. That was fun. That was 100% fun. They did not care about collateral damage whatsoever. Like, we were just blowing everything up. CJ says, yeah, $30 in September, and I'm glad Flash and Grand Slam happened before it. It's the last 2 I need and done. See, there's another one. Yeah, I know I have to buy the HAL. Yeah. But it would look good with the Vamp. I agree. Yeah, the HAL is, it's just in there, right? It's like the MMS. If you want to have like an OG 13 representation in 112 scale, you got to have the HAL, you got to have the Vamp, you got to have the MMS. You're not going to see a Mobat, though. I guess you got to go to Ramen Toy for that. Jackie Chan is China's Mick Foley. Okay. Batstan says, so I heard it was, what time do you have mandatory funds? Since it's mandatory, I decided to show up and have some mandatory. Holy Moses. Thank you, dude. I appreciate it. I also got tripped up on the secret word of the day a few times. Battle Action Force version of Storm Shadow figure would be cool. I love those stories. I'm down with that. Yeah, if you know, you know. Yeah, the Battle Action Force. Hasbro would explode if he cast Vala as Frostbite. Chad, you missed my member chat. Did I? I'm sorry. I didn't even think I got there yet. Son of GTO channel member for 14 months uses chat trademark this space 2024. There, I didn't miss your members chat. What's up, motherfucker? What about the guy who plays Rip in Yellowstone? Half the fucking actors from Yellowstone. Yeah, for sure. Thank you for your members chat. Thank you for keeping me honest. I didn't think I missed it. Did I miss it? Oh, it's no, because okay, so there's Taylor Kitsch's Flint. Chatter's analog. Blah, blah, blah. I don't know. Maybe it jumped. I'm sorry. It's interesting. Yeah, I don't see it. Oh, there it is right there. I'm sorry. It was right under Milk Connors. My bad. Thank you. I would have checked later on, but I appreciate you letting me know right off the bat. CJ with the hot take. Chad hates every character I love. Are you sure? Shipwreck, Bazooka, Alpine, they don't have to be campy like the cartoon. I love Alpine. I fucking love, pardon me. I love Alpine. I love the figure. I love the character. What I don't want to see is the Sunbow slapstick shit. That's what I was talking about. I don't need to see Alpine and Bazooka together. Like if you take one, you got to get the other, like peanut butter and jelly, because of the Sunbow shit. That's what I was getting at. But I definitely love Alpine. I covet my Alpine figures. Sebastian Stan as Flint, I'm sticking to it. It'd be a million times better than fucking DJ Contra was. I just hope Danny McBride's film has the Cobra Troopers wearing the actual cartoon outfits, not that gay shit. In Cobra Rising. You mean Rise of Cobra? Yeah, the Neo Vipers in Rise of Cobra. Like, they need to look like fascistic kind of, military unit. I mean, it's real easy. It's the fucking navy blue BDUs, a combat shirt, the fucking helmet, and that's it. Different color, little mask for different ranks. Done. And a load-bearing vest. Cheap. AK-47s. Done and done. Nicolas Cage's Condor. No. Do not look at any female or any actresses. That's almost a double negative in the MCU to play Scarlet, Lady J, and CoverGirl, who I think should be Sweeney because of my mental issues. You think CoverGirl should be Sydney Sweeney? Oh, could you imagine that? There's just this female working on this tracked, lightly armored vehicle. Somebody walks up, turns around, it's fucking Sydney Sweeney. Heads would explode. Kevin Costner is General Hawk. What about the guy who played Lieutenant Captain Major Dick Winters from Band of Brothers? I always thought he would have been a good fucking Hawk. That's just me. Take Demon? Is it Take Demon? Been a long while since I've thrown a chat. Geraldo Rivera should be Hector Ramirez. Dude, I would fucking love that. I mean, Hector Ramirez, isn't he based on Geraldo? I would be all for that. But that's the kind of shit. You got to lean into that stuff. Again, the Sergeant Slaughter cameo, maybe in Act 3 when they're all going to fucking save their team and fucking tune up Springfield, says the line from the 87 movie like he says to Mercer. Brilliant. That's a brilliant nod to the OG fans. Something like Geraldo as Hector Ramirez. Yes. Springfield is like, it's in ruins. Like the Joes just came in and fucking owned them. And then it's like, I'm Hector Ramirez, and it's fucking Geraldo Rivera. How stupid awesome would that be? Dude, thank you for that. That's fucking rad. Action Joe Figs, what up, dude? Just got back from another freaking indoctrination training. Ugh. I got you.
That's that bullshit!
Gross. Tell me more so I can rip on it. I want to hear some more about it. Chad, listen, I don't think Danny's going to look at the cartoon. I think he's going on 80s Marvel comics. He kind of said all of the above. Yeah. I wouldn't worry about some of the goofier things. No, I'm not worried about it. I'm not worried about it at all, but we're just hanging out. We're just hanging out bullshitting. Dude, Sydney Sweeney is into fixing cars in real life. She's a mechanic smart. She's perfect for Cover Girl. I'm down. I mean, do I have to remind you? That's all you need. I don't need to remind you. Commander Wolf says I'm out. Got to go back to work. Thank you very much for being here, Commander Wolf. Appreciate you. I don't want to see this again. I do not want to see this again. I will end this fucking stream right now. Yeah, dude. Geraldo as Hector Ramirez is fucking gold. Yeah. Yeah. You ain't kidding. Where's Tiger of Kai? Oh, okay. I'm sorry. I see what you're saying. No, stop it. You stop it. Yeah. I got some things to throw up on the screen. So, but first this. Yay! Comment of the day came from yesterday's stream while we were talking about Citizen Vigilante and movies in general from everyone's good friend and channel member, Mother Slug. I didn't see this when it was in the chat yesterday, and I was just looking around for comments of the day, and I was like, oh, for some reason I missed this. Off-topic, honest opinion, Scarecrow live action film. Was the character great or just meh? So we're talking about Cillian Murphy's Scarecrow from the Christopher Nolan Dark Knight trilogy. I like the actor that played him, but the costume was garbage. The reason I chose this as the comment of the day, and it coincides with what we're talking about now. What works, what doesn't work, what's not leaning into the lore enough, and what's going too far away from the lore. My issue with Christopher Nolan's Batman trilogy, I love Batman Begins. I think for a more grounded take on the Batman, of those three movies, it's the best. Dark Knight falls apart toward the end. Dark Knight Rises is fucking straight garbage. And ruined Bane. The thing with Cillian Murphy's Scarecrow, which you only see him in the mask in Batman Begins and Dark Knight, that is Christopher Nolan not leaning enough into it. Now, he does it with the Joker. He makes sure that, like, the visual language, the purple, the green, the this, the that, it's there. His hair's a little more subtle. But his Scarecrow, to me, he wasn't really the Scarecrow until the end of Batman Begins, where he's on the horse in the straitjacket. That was like leaning more into the Scarecrow. Yeah, I don't know if anybody else wants to chime in on it, but that's where I am. But I just wanted to share that because it kind of coincided with what we were talking about today. And I got to give a massive shout out to Milt Connors. Decided that from yesterday's poll, the Kobayashi Maru of you can either have Space Ghost or Thundar the Barbarian, he decided to fucking make this. The mam's not a redhead, but you know, I appreciate it. And I guess this is me as Thundar the Barbarian with my checkerboard Vans. They're never far away from me. I actually just took them off. But yeah, that's me as Chad the Wolverine, Chad R the Wolverine, and I guess that's the Bush Wookie. Right there. So, yeah, thank you for that, Milk Connors. It's pretty freaking funny. I got one other thing that I was going to bring up, but maybe the timing of it's not right. Batman Begins redefined the superhero genre. I agree. Yeah. Oh, yeah, Jim Largo, the Nightfall animated movie. It's 3 separate movies, yeah. Looks like they're going to get Bane right for once. Even Batman the Animated Series, Bane was watered down. Agreed. As soon as that trailer came out and Chuck Dixon was all over social media, like somebody finally got Bane right. Finally got Bane right. I was like, yeah, dude. I gotta sit Chuck Dixon down. Yeah. Gerard O'Connor is saying good night and God bless to everybody. Good night, my friend. God bless you as well. And keep working to take back the Emerald Isle because you guys need it, man. Milk Connor says, love what you do, bud. I love what you do, man. Thank you very much. Milk, is that Odie or the Bush Wookie? That's a Bush Wookie, right? Right there. Son of GTO says it's Odie. I say it's the Bush Wookie because of the fucking dress, man. And I'm pretty sure that's the ma'am, even though she's not a redhead. She's like a dirty blonde, like a brownish blonde. Late night walk time with my fur babies. Well, yep. Have a good night. It is the Bush Wookie. Yeah, buddy. That's what I thought. Fucking Bush Wookie. Crystal Clear says, most retarded thing my dad ever experienced in Nam was a toss-up between his first helicopter flight and a Marine bayoneting a water buffalo. You guys heard me tell the story about the last time I was in East Africa on my final deployment of my career, that Marine had his arm dislocated, almost ripped off because he was trying to put a fucking unit t-shirt on a wild baboon. Marines are nuts, man. Some of them are friggin' awesome. Action Joe Figs, Chad, I saw the freaking Warhawk at a local toy store, and man, I've been thinking about that plane, and I'm going to go back and get it. What do you think? Warhawk. Am I just not putting it together? Warhawk. Do I need to look it up? Please expand on that for me. Warhawk. I know the names of a lot of Joe toys. I'm fucking Warhawk, dude. Chad didn't get a Sun Sword. Performance issues. Oh, shut your mouth, boy. Shut your mouth. Oh. That was really hard. I don't know why. You mean this glorious piece of shit? Dude, get it. You got... Yeah, I'm sorry. Remember, sometimes my mind, it doesn't fire like it's supposed to, and I apologize for that. There's nothing I can do about it. Yeah, dude, the Sergeant Savage P-40 Warhawk, get it. Get it. Absolutely get it. It's so good. I got 2. This one's fucking sealed. You got to do it. You gotta. Doesn't it look weird behind me with that big fucking hole? I'm not even going to put it back now. Get it. I'm not even going to ask if it's a good price. Just get it. They're hard to find, man. I have a loose complete one, and then I have this sealed one thanks to my good buddy, but get it, dude. Yeah. Look it up. Look up no, I don't need to look it up. There was one sitting right behind me. I have the entire Sergeant Savage run. You guys know sometimes I have moments. I can't control them. So I don't think we need to get into the weeds on that anymore. We are, and we love Darwinism. Do we love Darwinism? Yeah. I'd love to see Sergeant Savage remakes in 118 scale and 112 scale. Absolutely. I don't know if if any of you follow Heavy Armor Toys on Facebook, but he's been showing renders of all the Sergeant Savage characters in O-Ring. And he's like, oh yeah, like here's Blitz, and here's Savage, and here's Dynamite, and here's D-Day, and blah, blah, blah. And oh, I could make them, but I don't want Hasbro. And I keep telling the guy, I'm like, dude, they don't even know what IPs they have. Just fucking make them, man. They're gorgeous. If you don't know what I'm talking about, please go look up Heavy Armor Toys on Facebook and scroll through his stuff and look at all of his Sergeant Savage renders. They're gorgeous. He could make them. Yeah. It's sealed in the box and beautiful, and they want 140 sealed for a P-40 Warhawk. Yeah, you need to jump on that. Like 5 minutes ago, you need to jump on that. Go back in there and fucking fight somebody for it. Kevzilla said, get it for me. This is a funny story, Jim. Chad, did you ever find the 12-inch Sergeant Savage? I haven't seen any on eBay for a while. At the DFW G.I. Joe and Action Figure Show in Grapevine, Texas this year, that was one of the items on my list. I did not find it. I wound up talking with Mikey and his father, John. In fact, Jim, thank you for the reminder. We were talking about, what's at the show, what's not at the show, and, all the stuff that is there, all the great stuff. And I said, yeah, but when you get so far into collecting, specifically if you're a focused collector, like, for the most part, I'm focused. Yeah, I got Go Bits and, all that stuff, but Joe is my bread and butter. And I was telling them, like, the stuff that I need is so hard to find because I haven't been able to find it yet. That says a lot. What are you looking for? Oh, I'm looking for this, this, and that. Mikey's dad says, oh, I have a couple of those 1/6 scale Sergeant Savages. I'll sell you one. Cool. Tell me how much. Right after the con, they get home, they get settled. He tells me how much I paid him. I have not received it. So that's not a knock on John Kukovich. Maybe I have to remind him, like, hey, you never sent me that fucking Savage, dude. So that's the only thing from Sergeant Savage that I didn't have. I even got the rare desert camouflage version 6 Sergeant Savage. I got that from my good friend and co-host Nick from Neon at Night. So yeah, the 12-inch Savage is the last thing I need. I have everything else. Everything else. James Lucas says, I love the Savage figures and everything they did. It doesn't get much love, unfortunately. You know what? I have so much fucking Sergeant Savage just everywhere. I mean, you can see it all behind me. It's on this wall and that wall and just Savage everywhere. I love it. I love Sergeant Savage. And yeah, it doesn't get enough love because as we talked about on that, that was that like 3 or 4 or 5 hour deep dive live stream we did on Sergeant Savage. So many people had the misconception that it was a competition line, not that it was a companion line. They thought that it was like a replacement. It was none of that. None of that. It was just, Kirk Pazigian and Joe Kubert doing a love letter to G.I. Joe, Sergeant Rock, Captain America, all that at the same time. Hi, Odie, you want to come up here? You guys can hear her, right? She doesn't want to come up here. I know. Yeah, exactly. I'll just remind him. But the funny thing is that Jim Largo reminded me that I need to remind John. Yep. Action Joe Figs. I have a 12-inch Sergeant Savage in one of my storage containers. Well, that's cool. Nice. Rub it in. Yeah. I hope if Vala can get the pricing right for 1/18 scale one day, I hope that Vala can. Okay. So I can constantly request a Navy Corsair for Action Force 44. I have faith. I have faith that he'll work with his people to get the cost down. So we'll see. Yeah, I don't know. It is what it is, right? I think the last thing that I really wanted to, it's definitely the last thing that I really wanted to talk about today. I saw this, because we talked about James Gunn and we talked about how he's fucking cooked at DC, especially with Skydance Paramount, and nobody gives a fuck about that Lantern show. Supergirl bombed, and it was in the article from Snake Eyes. So, right, we're threads. This was from DC Studios, not comics, DC Studios. Which DCU character are you cosplaying to San Diego Comic-Con this weekend? Look at these fucking choices. You got Garbage Bag Superman. You got Drunk Guardians of the Galaxy Supergirl. Peacemaker in his fucking tighty whities with the massage wand or whatever. Or this fucking thing. Really? I saw this and I was like, how fucking pathetic is that? Which DCU character are you cosplaying to San Diego Comic-Con? Like, this is all they have. Superman, Supergirl with Crypto. Fuck that dog. Shitty, debauched Peacemaker, or the weird fucking CGI baby from the Superman movie. And I was like, man, you guys are fucking trying way too hard to make it seem like your cinematic universe is worth a shit. Yeah, the Titan says DCU, dead cinematic universe. Dude, it's garbage. Fucking garbage. Action Joe Figs. After all, I am primarily a 12-inch Joe collector. You are, that's right. And I love guys like you and Jim Largo for it. And Paul Knapp, who happened to jump on in here. I have nothing but all the love and respect for the 1/6 game. I got him when he came out many years ago. That's awesome, man. Yeah. Massage wand like mom has? Yeah, dude, that's exactly what it is. Look at it. Look at it. That's exactly what that is in his hand. It's pathetic. I fucking did not like Peacemaker. I didn't like it. That's so gay and retarded, those cosplays. Now, that almost rhymed. But yeah, they're fucking terrible, right? Just the fact that DC tried to flex like that. Oh, what James Gunn, DC Cinematic Universe characters by James Gunn are you going to cosplay as to San Diego Comic-Con, courtesy of James Gunn? Fucking none of them. Do you think I want to look like fucking Sterno Bum Hal Jordan? Or any of this bullshit? No, fuck no. None of that. Crystal clear. Out of those options, I'd rather cosplay D's nuts. Absolutely. Fucking pathetic. It would be interesting to see if Vala could acquire Sergeant Savage for his Action Force 1944 line. He scored before due to Hasbro negligence, dude. I tell him all the time. I just rub it in. You should have bought Serpentor. You should have. Look, I told him, just the word savage is not trademarked. Right? You can't trademark that word. Now, you can trademark, Master Sergeant Robert Stephen Savage. Does that mean they still have it? I don't know, but I told him the same thing. I was like, you need to put a Savage character in your fucking 44 line. Absolutely. James Lucas, he needs a shake weight for the other hands. Have you guys seen that fake commercial for the Tug Toner? If you've never seen the Tug Toner commercial, go to YouTube when we're done here, or just stay on YouTube and search for Tug Toner. It's fucking hilarious. Yeah. Comedy should get a restraining order against James Gunn. Again, like we talked about yesterday and all the time, him and his brother, they're just trauma kids. Trauma comedy is not comedy. It's just debauchery that they think is funny in some weird way. Action Joe Figs, they might as well put the same white underwear that Peacemaker is wearing on Superman. I don't have a problem with David Cornsweet or Sweet or whatever the fuck as an actor, but you put his Superman next to fucking Henry Cavill. No way. He's the fucking Temu Superman. It's just another reason that gay cosplayers can walk around naked at a con. That's exactly what it is, dude. That's exactly what it is. Oh, hey, do you want to go to a con and nothing but fucking underwear? Yeah. And then, you know, these types, they'll say that dumb shit like, oh, we just want to be treated equally. We just want to be treated equally, but we're going to walk around in nothing but underwear and justify it as cosplay. And, oh, all we want to do is we want to fucking indoctrinate your children. We want to use the bathrooms that your daughters and your fucking wives and your mothers use. And the, you know, the changing rooms and the shower rooms. But, oh, yeah, we just want to be treated equally. No, you don't. You want to be a fucking freak. And you want to have an excuse to be a freak. That's a fucking bullshit. Every time I see John Cena, says the Titan, all I can think of is that pathetic apology video. Oh, God, yeah. Chicon John Cena. Fuck that man. Oh, damn it. He got me. Didn't even see it till the end. Hey, ladies and gentlemen, the secret word of the day. Some bitch. Nice job. See, that's what the secret word of the day should be. It should be fun. It should not be spammed or overused, but it should be fun like that. James Lucas says just that thumbnail is creepy and gay. Yeah, it's pretty gay. 100%. But absolutely what fucking Mother Slug was saying. That's all it is. You know, an excuse to be fucking freaky weirdos. James Lucas says Henry Cavill was an amazing Superman and Clark Kent. He absolutely was. I loved his Superman. Loved it. I think he could have benefited from a little better writing, but his Superman was just good. Like, look at the scenes of his Superman flying versus Cornsweat Superman flying. That's all you need right there. 100%. Why not Mr. Terrific, Guy Gardner, or one of the robots? You know, the not burning trash ones. Exactly. Yeah, still trash, but not dumpster fire. Mr. Terrific and Guy Gardner, they were the high points of that Superman movie. And it says a lot when your Superman movie, everybody's saying the best characters are not Superman in your Superman movie. Look at that fucking dog hair. Look at that. See that dog hair? I just had to get a white dog. I had to. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Damn, got him twice. Hey, no, it's good. It's good fun. That's why I like doing the secret word of the day. We probably won't do one tomorrow. I can't say we will or we won't, but yeah, tomorrow we're going to talk about what the hell happened to Call of Duty, specifically Call of Duty, but then we're going to look at other aspects of what, you know, intersectional fourth wave feminist politics and DEI hires do to gaming. Yeah. So it'll be fun. We'll talk about all of it. Next week, if you guys haven't seen the lineup for next week's Mandatory Fun, it's all there. They're all posted on YouTube already, ready to go. We're going to spend one day just remembering Arkham. You know, we're going to remember all the fucking awesome Arkham games. And maybe I got to move a bunch of toys out of the way. Maybe while we're doing that, I'll work on posing this guy, because I literally just looked at him and put it right back in the box. So no Russian. Yeah, dude. So controversial they had to add a skip option in it. But yeah, we're gonna look at some stuff. It'll be fun. It'll be a good time. Yeah. Actually, that's 3. Yeah, it was 3 times. Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. The closest thing we'll ever get to a good DCU is reading Justice with Alex Ross. Amazing artwork. Or you have the animated Justice League and Justice League Unlimited. Those are fucking good. Those hold up. They absolutely hold up. I love that the end credit music to Pee-wee's Playhouse. It's short, but it takes me back to 1980s. Great memories. Oh yeah, absolutely. Yeah, so we're going to do that tomorrow. I want to thank all of you for hanging out with me. We went almost 4.5 hours today. And that's part of the fun of mandatory fun. Is it could be an hour and a half. It could be 4 hours. Again, a lot of it depends on all of you. So as always, I have to thank everybody who comes and hangs out with me. I like having conversations with people and not talking to 5 other talking heads on my screen while people just watch us talk. I can't fucking do that. So you guys are the best. Thank you very much. Again, the pause for the cause. If you're watching this on replay, please leave a comment, hype it. If you can, it'll help me get out of the shadow ban that I have from YouTube, because I don't think men should be in women's sports. What the fuck? Anyway, you guys are the best. Have an awesome day. See you tomorrow, 2 p.m. Eastern, mandatory fun, where we're going to talk about what the hell happened to Call of Duty. Enjoy the rest of your day. I'll just leave it at that. Bye.
Still here? It's over. Go home. Go.
It's all fun and games, says Jim Largo, until Chad is on a new level. You guys are the best. I appreciate it. That's it. Go home.